19 walks, opposing batters hitting 204 against Huber, who has dealt 7 wild pitches and hit 3 batters in his 30 2/3 innings worth of work. The Clark and Elizabeth Nelson Director of Baseball is David Esker. Grand Canyon took game 1 4-3. They came back and won game 2 10-6. They're looking for the sweep, while the Cardinal are looking for a win to salvage the series and to send the home fans home happy. Beautiful day. Some wispy light clouds high in the sky. No further precipitation for today. 68 degrees as we begin the home finale for Stanford in the 2025 season. Huber rocks and deals, and away we go. First pitch called. Fastball right down the middle. That's strike 1.
It's important for Stanford to get out in front of these hitters.
Wakefield standing in from the left side. You'll see that a lot from this Lopes batting order. Huber deals. And gets that one to foul back to the screen. 0-2. Wakefield, a junior from Peoria, Arizona. He actually had a 4-game hit streak snapped yesterday, but he's still batting a team-high 363. 1 home run, 15 RBI, also a team-high 457 on-base percentage as Huber fires a fastball down low. 1-2. Wakefield so far in this series, 2 for 8 with a couple runs scored and 1 driven in.
And let's not forget he got a stolen base yesterday as well. 17 for 21 on the season.
Huber rocking back and forth gently on the rubber, and now he deals the 1-2. Got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Great start. Slider down. Wakefield swings over the top for the first out.
Brings up Emilio Barreras. You see the swing and the miss from Wakefield. Barreras, junior from Casa Grande, Arizona. He's had a productive series, 4 of 11, with 3 driven in. None bigger than the 2-run double that he had to give the Lopes the lead in the top of the 9th inning and eventually give GCU the win in the series opener.
And that was huge. Troy, it was 2 outs as well, so Stanford was looking to get out of the inning. Barreras had thoughts otherwise.
Takes a little something off it, misses low. Count now 2-0 on Barreras, who is hitting .341 on the season with 2 home runs, 24 RBI. Slugging .476. On-base percentage of .452. Huber deals the 2-0, and he cranks that one, grounding it through the left side. 4-base hit.
He continues to wreak havoc at the top of the order. His 5th hit in the series.
Eddie Pelk has 6 base hits in this series. So he's about to stride up to the plate with Barreras going opposite field with the single. And taking his place at first base. Pelk, grad student from Huntington Beach, California, a transfer from Santa Ana College. Pelk homered yesterday. Inside corner strike called by home plate umpire Richard Katz. Isaias Barba is the first base umpire. A.J. Lastaglio at second. And Ryan Blyberg is the third base umpire for today. Pelk hitting .267. Team high 13 home runs, 41 RBI. He shares the team high in home runs with Zach York, who is in the on-deck circle. Both of them hit their 13th home runs of the season. Part of a 6-run barrage by Grand Canyon, in which the Lopes erased a 6-4 deficit after Rentaro Sasaki did a 2-run shot to put Stanford ahead in the bottom of the 7th. But here in Grand Canyon, the answer was 6 of their own. Runner going and sends this one deep to right. Back, Brady Reynolds looks up, and it's out of here. Eddie Pelk does it again. Home runs in back-to-back games. And this one gives the Lopes an early 2-0 lead.
And maybe this will be a different outcome because Stanford has been jumping out early on Grand Canyon. Now Grand Canyon has the early lead, so maybe Stanford can get the victory this afternoon.
Well, Pelk homered in 3 straight games last week, and he's homered in back-to-back games in this series. And here's Zach York, who can also do some big-time damage. He looks to strike on the outside corner. York, 6'2", 295, local guy, Campbell, California, just down the road. Played much of his high school career at Archbishop Mitty High, but played his senior year at Mountain Ridge High School in Glendale, Arizona. York on the year, batting .345, 13 home runs, 45 RBI. Slugging .649, that's a team high. Those 13 home runs were tied for the team high until about, maybe a minute and a half ago.
He was first pitch swinging, so he did not waste any time.
Fastball misses just a touch low, 2-2. Ty Huber on the mound. His last outing came against BC on Saturday of last week. 4 innings, got charged with a couple runs, both earned. And York swats this one to right. Reynolds backing up and makes the catch just shy of the track. Stanford has had to switch some things around in its starting rotation due to injury. Christian Lim and Matt Scott on the shelf. Lim out for the season definitively. And Scott, with an injury to his midsection, actually suffered right before he was supposed to start last Saturday against the BC Eagles. It actually happened during the top of the first. And Ty Huber actually had to come on with the emergency start. Huber pumps a fastball right down Palm Drive for a called strike one to Michael Diaz, a senior from Phoenix, Arizona. He's actually a redshirt senior. Diaz on the year, batting .268, 10 home runs and 45 RBI. As he sends a fly ball deep but well foul. And Huber's ahead in the count, 0-2. Diaz had a 6-game hit streak snapped yesterday, going 0 for 2. No balls and 2 strikes. A bouncer to Charlie Somm behind the dish. Huber, a senior, did not play at all last year due to injury. But back in a big part of the Stanford bullpen for the most part this season. As this one is hit right back to Huber. He's able to field it on the run, and he takes it to the bag himself to retire the side. But Eddie Pelk parks another one, this one over the right center field fence, and the Lopes are up quickly. Grand Canyon 2, and Stanford coming to bat. Let's give you the Stanford batting 9, and it begins with Trevor Haskins, a senior. Charlie Somm batting second. He's a senior as well. Tatum Marsh, the freshman, batting third. Jimmy Natai in the cleanup spot. He homered twice yesterday. Rintaro Sasaki, the freshman, in the 5 spot for today. Senior Timo Becerra batting sixth. Brady Reynolds in the 7th spot. Jake Sapien getting the nod today. He's the DH, and he's also a senior and batting 8th. And Ethan Hott rounding out Stanford's batting order. Your lefties are Sasaki and Reynolds. Stanford come into this weekend batting .300 as a team. Defensively for Grand Canyon as the Lopes take the field. In the outfield from left to right, it's Michael Diaz, Eddie Pelk, and Josh Wakefield. Around the horn at third base, it's Eli Payton, Emilio Barreras at short, Billy Scaldefari at second, Cannon Peary at first, Brody Sexton behind the dish, and on the mound for Grand Canyon is Connor Madison. Madison, a sophomore from Goodyear, Arizona, about to make his 3rd start of the season and his 9th appearance. A 2-0 record, an ERA of 3.96, does have 1 save to his credit, 25 innings pitched, a strikeout to walk ratio that's pretty impressive to this point. 28 Ks versus 7 walks on the season, allowing opposing batters to hit just .224 against him. Madison was actually the WAC pitcher of the year back on February the 17th because he shackled then number 16 Vanderbilt in relief on Valentine's Day. 5 shutout innings, 3 hits, no walks, and 6 strikeouts. So Madison coming up big for the Lopes on Valentine's Day. Let's see what he does today on Mother's Day.
And also had a chance to talk to the SID in regards to Madison. He indicated that he could clearly be their Friday night starter through a no-hitter last year against Sac State.
Yep.
Trying to keep him healthy, so We're looking for him to have big opportunities in the postseason. So don't look for him to go a lot of innings. Just trying to build up his arm strength so he'll be prepared for postseason play.
Josh Hauser with the good intel there. We appreciate him. Here comes senior Trevor Haskins. Haskins, 337 on the season, 385 on base, 582 slugging, team high 12 home runs, also a team high 12 doubles. As he stands in and faces the first pitch from Madison, tails low and outside for ball one. Haskins a bit quiet so far this weekend, 1 for 9. Had a 7-game hit streak snapped yesterday. Off-speeder floats and dances over the outside corner, 1-1. Haskins has had some big-time moments in his Stanford career. Swings and misses on the off-speeder. It's kind of been a bit of an Achilles heel for him somewhat this weekend. The count goes to 1-2.
Yeah, they've done a great job of not showing him first pitch fastball, although he got that first pitch from Madison, but kind of changing the location, eye level.
Pops this one up center field. Pelk and Wakefield racing over. Wakefield makes the call and the grab.
And that's something that we talked about yesterday, as you see in the right fielder. Wakefield was being very demonstrative in terms of who has it. Stanford had a couple opportunities yesterday that the outfielders allowed the infielders to take control, which came back to haunt Stanford in that big inning.
Here's Charlie Somm, senior catcher, a veteran from Thousand Oaks, California. Somm takes the first pitch, swings at it, and sends it in the air, and it bounces just shy of the Stanford dugout. Somm on the year, hitting .226, 4 home runs, and 18 driven in. Hit a solo home run at North Carolina back on March 9th to break open a scoreless game and lead Stanford to a 7-0 win. Boy, things were looking great for Stanford right around that time. After that week, in which they had great success, took 2 out of 3 against then number 4 North Carolina in Chapel Hill, came back and swept Duke the following week, and everything was cool. They were 15-3 at that point. It's been a struggle for them since. Swing and a miss, the put out 2-3, and Somm goes down on strikes.
And it hasn't been a byproduct of the hitting. The offensively, as you mentioned earlier, the number 6 in the ACC, it's been a couple of things, Troy. It's been the inability to play catch and their pitching. Those are the 2 things that's synonymous in terms of where they're at right now today.
I would add clutch hits.
And clutch hits. We'll add that as well, too.
It's been a confluence of things. That tends to happen. As Tatum Marsh rips this one to left field and drops it down for a base hit. The freshman thinking about 2. And taking 2. And he's in with the sliding double. Tatum Marsh's 4th base hit of the weekend, and adding on to his team-high 357 batting average.
And that's the effort that you're going to need to have for Stanford this afternoon. The freshman was able to deliver not a routine single, put the pressure on the left fielder, Diaz, to make a perfect throw, and he was able to beat the throw in for a double. Now he's in scoring position. And this is what you're talking about, those timely hits coming into the clutch. Here is an opportunity here with Jimmy Natai with 2 home runs, his first 2 at-bats yesterday. 0 for 3 the remaining part of the game.
The junior from Sydney, Australia, stepping to the plate. Floater goes over, called strike 1. Natai on the year, .297, tied for the team lead with 12 home runs with those 2 that he smacked yesterday in the early going. Does have the team lead with 42 driven in. No balls and 1 strike. Tatum Marsh, bottom of your screen with a double. Swing and a miss as Natai can't quite catch up with that one. Actually, he may have just gotten a slight piece of it. Either way, Natai is down in the hole, 0-2.
And this is an important batter for Matson as well, because look who's looming in the on-deck circle. Sasaki, who had a big game yesterday, home run included, started off 0 for 2, then went 3 for 3 the remaining game. He was a triple away from the cycle.
Now, runner at second with 2 out. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Check swing and sends a cue shot rolling beyond the Stanford dugout. Nadai Jr. with 7 home runs in ACC play. Erupted against UC Davis on April the 21st. 3 for 4 with a home run and 6 driven in. Actually had a 14-game hit streak. That was snapped in early April against Georgia Tech. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nadai. Tails outside, 2-2. Gorgeous weather here at Sunken Diamond. You cannot ask for better playing conditions. Sunken Diamond, 335 down the lines, 375 to the alleys, 400 straightaway center. Slight breeze. Beautiful day. Beautiful setting. One of the best in college baseball. And looks like we have a pitch clock violation called on Grand Canyon. Count goes to 3-2. So the count full. Should be full. I think it's full.
That's what I have.
Maybe it was just a warning. So the count remains at 2-2. But it's immaterial here. There's a swing and a miss as a gorgeous slider catches Nadai swinging. Double by Marsh, but that's all Stanford can do in the bottom half of the first. Grand Canyon ahead early, 2-0 after 1. Grand Canyon's quest for a road sweep over a Power 4 opponent is off to a good start. 2-0, thanks to a 2-run shot by Eddie Pelk. We head to the top of the second inning. Cannon Peary was the DH for GCU yesterday. He's in the field playing first, and he's got a bat and striding up to the plate for his first time this afternoon. Peary, a sophomore from Peoria, Arizona. Slashing 326, 394, 489. 2 home runs, 31 RBI. And he cracks this one right to Becerra at short. Up with it, and the throw to the first in time for the out.
1 pitch, 1 out. Great start. It's top of the second inning.
Lefty Eli Payton. Stepping up to the plate as you look at Peary. Head back to the dugout. Payton, a redshirt senior from La Cañada, California. Transferred from UCLA. And rolls this one to Becerra. 2 away.
So far, so good. 2 pitches, 2 outs, 2 ground outs, 6-3 if you're scoring.
Brings up Billy Scaldaferri. Scaldaferri with a home run yesterday that brought the Lopes back within 1 in the top of the 8th inning. It was 6-5 at that point, and the Lopes just didn't stop scoring after that. Looks at the fastball from Huber on the outside corner for called strike 1. Scaldaferri, a sophomore from Las Vegas, hitting .370 on the year, 2 home runs and 8 RBI. Scaldaferri on an 8-game hit streak. Got a pinch hit, base hit on Friday. Was in the starting lineup from the jump yesterday. Got that solo home run that got GCU going. Swing and miss, 1-2. Grand Canyon picked first in the WAC preseason poll for the 8th straight year this season. That being said, they have not won the outright WAC championship since 2021. They'll try to turn that around in the WAC tournament coming up in a couple of weeks. But they're in the middle of a big log jam at the top of the WAC standings. In second place as the week began, in second place as of right now. But not a whole lot of breathing room between the top 6 teams in the WAC conference. Lazy fly ball down the right field line, and it just plunks down in foul territory.
And on that note, speaking of the log jam and the importance of the top 2 seeds, because they get a double bye. So their opportunity to win out is 3 games. So that's why it's going to be a lot of stress on who will be that second team to get that double bye, because you don't want to play that opening weekend. Improves your chances to move forward with less games to play.
Now, Grand Canyon 1/2 game back of Sacramento State as today's business began. Scalda Ferry awaits the 2-2. Now the count full. Sacramento State evened up its series against Utah Valley yesterday. As the 3-2 pitch on the way from Huber. Rolled past Becerra this time and into center field for a base hit. So Becerra got to the first two, this one just out of his range. And the single by Scalda Ferry extends the inning for Brody Sexton. And Scalda Ferry says, all right, let's keep it going. Brody Sexton, junior from Chandler, Arizona, began his collegiate career at Iowa Western CC. Looks at ball one. Sexton so far this year making just his 10th appearance. He's batting .083, 1 for 12. Did come on as a defensive replacement in the middle of yesterday's game. Swings and misses here, 1-1. Sacramento State just a half-game lead on Grand Canyon entering today, and Abilene Christian just a half-game back of Grand Canyon as today's action began. Utah Valley not far behind. Cal Baptist well within range as well. Strike two called, so plenty of jockeying for position in the WAC at this time of year. Sacramento State, by the way, took 2 of 3 from Grand Canyon last week. One ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first. Fouled off. Lopes will finish off their regular season next weekend at Tarleton State. They'll head across the valley to square off against Arizona State in between on Tuesday over in Tempe, which is the side of the valley that I usually tended to hang out in previously. The 1-2. Over the head of Jimmy Natai and into center field for a base hit. Scalda Ferry heads over to third. Bottom of the lineup getting it done. Back-to-back singles. Runners at the corners with 2 out.
You talked about Sac State taking 2 out of 3 against Grand Canyons. Basically add another game onto that. If they are tied, so
yep,
that can be huge. So Grand Canyon would, at minimum, want to sweep the last series and hope for Sac State to go 1 for 3. You don't want to be tied going into it, because that's huge.
Back to the top of the order we go. Josh Wakefield struck out swinging in the first. There's 2 on and 2 out here. Goes opposite field and drops it down for a base hit. That scores 1. That makes it a 3-0 ball game. Wakefield with his second RBI of the weekend.
And that's a great job of taking the pitch, keeping his hands inside. You see it right here. Flipping it to left field for a base hit. And Stanford now finds himself trailing 3-0.
Well, after retiring the first 2 batters of this inning on just 2 pitches, it's been single, single, single since then.
And that's what Grand Canyons have done throughout the weekend. 2-out rallies. You think you have them, and they get up from the snide and make it happen.
See Austin Steves trotting, or actually not trotting, but jogging from the Stanford dugout and heading off to the bullpen. By the way, Sacramento State next week closes out its regular season by hosting Utah Tech. Of course, the WAC tournament taking place Mesa, Arizona, May 20th to the 24th. So plenty at stake for Grand Canyon. Certainly this weekend, even though this is a non-conference series, but certainly it would be great to have a sweep potentially of a Power 4 opponent in their cap as Emilio Barreras looked to strike one. Barreras singled and scored back in the first. Missed a month of games with injury. Returned on April the 11th. And Barreras, as a high school freshman back in Casa Grande, Arizona, he was involved in a serious collision at second base. Needed eye surgery and had a metal plate put into his cheekbone. Was on a liquid diet for 2 months. He lost 20 pounds. He was back playing by season's end. Outside corner called, 2-1.
But yesterday you highlighted his daredevil type of behavior because what he said he would be, he'll be a Formula One driver.
Yeah, F1 driver or a boxer.
Or a boxer, so he's not afraid of putting his life on the line at all.
That hits him. And Barrera tumbles to the ground a bit. He might need a bit of a moment. As that ball got away from Huber. Huber a bit frustrated with that outcome, and Barreras getting a bit of attention to the side of home plate.
We'll take a look at it again. I think that hit him right square on the knee. And I tell you what, Troy, I've been hit several times, and it hurts. Just take a look here.
Caught him square on the ankle. From the looks of it, right around the top of the ankle where the ankle and the shin meet, and maybe even there on the extension. Looks like he slid a little bit and potentially may have bent that ankle at an awkward angle. Say that 3 times fast.
You know,
Harris is slowly walking now down to first.
And it's interesting because the doctors and everyone, your team physicians would say, don't rub it. And when you get hit, you naturally is to rub where you get hit. They say, don't rub it. Because it's a mental thing. But I tell you what, I've been hit several times, and the ball can leave an imprint on your body as well.
Yep. Barreras trying to make sure that his ankle is good enough to run, should those services be necessary. He's staying in the game. Of course he's staying in the game. Eye surgery and a metal plate put in his cheekbone, loses 20 pounds, has a liquid diet for 2 months, and he still comes back to play that season anyway? Come on. You know he's sticking around and playing.
Absolutely.
That would have been the end of my career. Eddie Pelk, the reason why Grand Canyon was able to take a 2-0 lead in the first with his 2-run home run. Looks at the first pitch down low for ball 1. Bases are loaded. Scaldaferri at third, Sexton at second, and Wakefield, actually check that, Sexton at third, Wakefield at second, and Barreras is at first. Strike one. County was out 1 apiece.
And Pelk came into the contest 15 consecutive games reaching base. So add one more to that, it'd be 16.
Well, he's also homered in back-to-back plate appearances dating back to yesterday. On the outside corner, 1-2.
So basically, Troy, it's safe to say he's had a successful road trip. 7 for 11. I would say that is successful with a home run, a couple of home runs. Had a great time.
1-2. Blocked by Som, 2-2. Grand Canyon 13-5 against Power 4 teams this year. Hit to center field, and that will drop for a base hit and perhaps bounce and roll all the way to the corner. 2 runs are in. Barreras, gimpy ankle and all, flying around third, heading for home and scoring easily. And Eddie Pelk has broken it open. A 3-run double makes it 6-0 Lopes. 5 driven in for Pelk. And we haven't even played 2 innings of ball.
Kind of reminds you of Haskins' day yesterday with consecutive home runs. Although not consecutive home runs, he's accounted for all of the runs. Or 5 out of the 6 runs anyway.
Save for Wakefield's RBI single. And here's Zach York. Looks the ball low, blocked. York flew out to right his first time up. All of this has happened with 2 outs. First pitch of the inning was a ground out to short. Second pitch of the inning was a ground out to short. Everyone else has reached since then. The streak reaching 5 batters as of right now.
And that's what we mentioned earlier, that they've been excellent in 2-out rallies throughout the weekend.
2 balls, no strikes. Just a bit low, perhaps a bit inside as well. 3-0 to York from Campbell, California, right down the road. Hit on 101 South, hook a right on 17, and you'll get there in a little bit. 3 balls, no strikes. Outside corner called. York, a productive bat for Grand Canyon. Set Grand Canyon's new Division I career RBI record yesterday with his solo home run. He now has 156. The 3-1. Huber works the count full.
My college teammate actually coached York. He texted me after the game.
All right.
He was a youngster. Jim Rudy, if you're listening out there, giving you a shout out.
Payoff pitch as just kind of veers into left field for a base hit. Pelk scores without a throw. And Zach York doesn't just hit dingers. He knocks him in no matter which way you want to go. 7-0. Grand Canyon with the lead.
And that's the 16th time that he's reached base consecutively as well. So him and Pelk has been able to one-up each other.
Might be seeing a pitching change here with Zach York standing at first. And Ty Huber. Ty Huber's senior day doesn't quite go as he would have planned. Huber coming off. Austin Steves is coming in. We'll tell you more about him in just a moment. Grand Canyon ahead 7-0, top of the second here at Sunken Dime. Two in the first for the Lopes, and so far in the second, they've tacked on 5 more. It's 7-0. Grand Canyon leading Stanford. Stanford turning to its second pitcher of the afternoon. His name, Austin Steves, freshman out of Petaluma, California, about an hour and a half or so north of here. The lefty is 6'1", 196 pounds. About to make his 5th appearance of the year, an 0-1 record, and an ERA of 10.38. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts, 5 walks. Opposing batters hitting .389 against the youngster. His most recent appearance came on Tuesday of this week. Threw an inning and 2/3 against Santa Clara. A loss for the Cardinal against the Broncos just down the road. Inning and 2/3 scoreless, a couple of walks and 4 strikeouts in a career-high 37 pitches. Austin Steves' entrance music ends perfectly as Michael Diaz steps up to the plate. Diaz grounded back to Ty Huber, the pitcher, in his first plate appearance. Unfortunate for Huber, who lasts just an inning and 2/3, still responsible for Zach York at first. Will be charged with at least 7 runs. All told, Huber tore his ACL as a high school freshman, came back and played 3 sports. Was all league during his high school days. Had some big innings in the bullpen, especially in 22 and 23. Missed all of last year with injury. Has had some good moments this year, but unfortunately, today not one of them. 2 balls and 1 strike to Diaz. That one doesn't miss by much. 3-1. Michael Diaz with a monster series at Cal Baptist 5 weeks ago. 8 of 13, 4 home runs, 16 RBI, including 7 in the series finale. That one drifts and lands in the stands. Count full.
I'll tell you what, you have to be impressed with their ability to score and to stay relentless. They continue to put pressure on you on the offensive end and defensively as well, forcing you to make plays and make quality pitches.
Runner going, high and tight, ball 4. The Lopes have batted around, as they did in the 8th inning yesterday, in which they turned a 6-4 deficit into a 10-6 lead, and that eventually ended up being the final score. Cannon Peary started all of this with a ground out to short on the very first pitch of the inning. High from Steves for ball 1. Peary's dad, Noah, played for Arizona State. Matter of fact, he was the Pac-10 co-pitcher of the year in 1994. He shared that award with Stanford's Dan Reed. Swing and a miss. A high fastball from Steves. Count goes to 1-1. So Cannon playing on the other side of the valley from his dad, who played for the Sun Devils. Some good teams for Arizona State back in those days. Count goes to 1-2.
Hopefully Steves can get Stanford out of this inning with no further damage.
In the air to right field, Reynolds ranges over and makes the catch to retire the side. Big damage done once again by the Antelopes. A 3-run double by Eddie Pelk, the biggest blow of them all. And Grand Canyon means business. They lead Stanford 7-0. Bottom second coming up in just a moment. The Lopes have come out scoring. They have a 7-0 lead over the Cardinal. We begin the bottom of the second inning. Connor Madison on the bump for Grand Canyon. And striding up to the plate on this Mother's Day with folks in the Sunken Diamond stands enjoying the sunlight, sunshine, the pleasant temperatures. And Rintaro Sasaki stepping up to the plate, the freshman from Hanamaki, Japan. And Rintaro's had a good weekend overall, batting .279 on the season. Takes the first pitch, high strike called from home plate umpire Richard Katz for strike 1. Sasaki, 7 home runs, 37 RBI. Has walked the team high 21 times. And overall, this weekend, 4 for 9 with a home run and 3 RBI.
It's important for Stanford to just get runners on and chip away at the lead. There's no 7-run home run, so make sure you get on and move the line.
Count moves to 1-2 on Sasaki. Played in front of 50,000 fans in a high school tournament. How about that? The 1-2. High and outside, 2-2. Of course, Sasaki's high school career, much ballyhooed. 140 home runs, the Japanese high school record. His dad, Shohei Ohtani's coach, the 2-2. Off the fist, slicing towards left center, and beyond a diving Michael Diaz. Sasaki hustles in and takes 2. That ball just hung and sliced and eventually landed just beyond Diaz's reach and left.
And that's the power of Sasaki as well, as they were playing back to the warning track, kept his hands inside and flipped it out there in left center field. As you mentioned earlier, Diaz made a gallant attempt, but that's the start Stanford needs. Let's continue to move the line as Becerra, the senior, steps in.
So Sasaki's fine season at the plate continues, or fine series at the plate continues. Here's Timo Becerra, senior from Clovis, California. .333 average, 1 home run on the season. Inside to Becerra. Timo 1 for 8 so far this season, or this series, I should say. Had a 14-game hit streak that bridged last year into this year. 1 ball, no strikes. Goes over the top of that one. Count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. There's Timo Becerra at the plate, 1-1. Gorgeous curve from Madison. Fools Becerra, 1-2.
Yeah, that just darted down out of the strike zone. You can see why they regard him as a Friday game 1 starter.
The 1-2. Fastball watches it perhaps a bit low. 2-2. Timo Becerra. I would tell you his full name, but there's no way in the world. I don't have a prayer of being able to pronounce it. But it's pretty cool.
Well, you spelled it out yesterday, though.
Well, I spelled it. I didn't say it.
But you got to spell it out for the viewers that didn't watch it yesterday.
Curveball got him looking on the outside corner.
That's your task next time around. You have to spell out the name for the listeners who didn't tune in and watch the game yesterday.
Well, this spells K. It's Madison with terrific location and fine movement on that pitch, too. Brady Reynolds, a sophomore from Bakersfield at the plate. Sasaki at second. Reynolds hitting .314, 8 home runs, 27 driven in. 47 strikeouts on the season, the most on this Stanford team. Tough sledding for the Cardinal for the better part of the last couple of months. Started off 15-3. It's been rough since then. 9-20 since their 3-game sweep in impressive fashion over Duke. And then Cal came to Sunken Diamond and just mashed Stanford in all 3 games in a 3-game sweep by the Bears at Sunken Diamond. Something that hadn't happened in a really long time. Claps that one down the first base line, and the count goes to 1-2. Maybe not quite as long as the last time Cal was in the Rose Bowl, because that's been a long time. 48 states were in the Union last time when Cal was in the Rose Bowl.
Quite some time ago.
Gives you an idea. Sasaki at second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reynolds at the plate. Off speed again. Reynolds just in front of it.
Madison's done a great job of changing speeds, location, using the entire strike zone.
One on and 1 out. Madison deals. Fastball off the fist, popped up and fouled off. Landing off to our left. Madison from Goodyear, Arizona. Threw a couple scoreless innings against Sacramento State on May the 4th, 1 week ago today. Struck out a couple. Got him. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Reynolds is out at the plate. No need for a put out at first. Back-to-back Ks for Madison.
Madison's faced 7 hitters for Stanford. He struck out 4. It's going to be interesting with the skipper how he's going to handle Madison, because he was only slated to go possibly 3, but with the lead the way it is now, if they can tack on some more, would they allow him to go a little bit further in the game?
Low and outside to Jake Sapien, making his first appearance of this game. Sapien, a senior from Atwater, California, looking for his first base hit of the year as he's 0 for 6. Outside, off speed, and the count goes to 2-0 on Sapien. Sapien was hit by a pitch during the postseason a couple years ago during one of Stanford's runs to the College World Series. He was actually hit in the face by that pitch. It was actually a pretty gnarly scene, unfortunately, that day. Let's another look at the strike one as that one falls off the table. Madison's been able to throw that pitch effectively in the early going. 2-1. And Sapien, up until that point, had been a regular contributor to Stanford baseball at that point, but since then it's been a bit tough for him to get back in the lineup. 3 balls and 1 strike. Swing and a miss on the high fastball, count full.
Like to see Stanford come through with their version of the 2-out hit as well. We've seen it with Grand Canyon the entire weekend. Maybe Stanford come through with Sapien here.
High fly ball to the left. This should stay in the park, and it will. Diaz makes the catch as he reaches above his head and hauls it in for the 3rd out. Leadoff double by Sasaki, but he is stranded there. And Grand Canyon takes a 7-0 lead over Stanford into the 3rd. Seven nothing our score as we are set to begin the 3rd inning. Grand Canyon with the lead over Stanford. Series finale, home season finale for the Stanford Cardinals. But we're just 2 innings into this one. I'm Troy Clarity. Dr. Joaquin Wallace is the play-by-play for you for the 3rd and the 4th innings.
Thanks a lot, Troy. Steve was stepped back in, taking over in the 2nd inning as the Grand Canyon was able to bat around. Troy mentioned a big inning, 5 in the top of the 2nd. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. Peyton will lead off. First pitch he sees from Steve, the lefty on left. Strike 1. Stanford had an opportunity in the bottom of the 2nd to possibly plate a run, but was not able to do so. Grounder to short. Sarah throws the first. That'll be the 1st out of the inning. 6-3 if you're scoring. So overall, we talked about it, as Stanford pitching woes continue. Kind of spilled into this game as well. Grand Canyon in the last 2 games was able to get on track late in the games, but kind of jumped out early. Jumped out to a 7-0 lead. The top of the 3rd inning. Scaldaferio step in, and first time he was up the plate, he had a base hit as well. Grounds it to 2nd, and that will be the 2nd out of the inning. He's scoring 4-3. So far, so good for the Cardinals. Get back in the dugout and try to get untracked offensively. But again, you have to tip your hat to Grand Canyon, understanding the importance of this game. Although they won the series, a sweep will feel even better heading back.
Grand Canyon's RPI heading into this series was 82. And just for comparison's sake, Stanford's RPI coming into the series was 48. So this would be a good feather in Grand Canyon's cap to have.
Sexton finds himself down the count 1-2. This is his 10th start of the season. Came in yesterday. It's to start today. Pitches up. Count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the order, Wakefield. Base hit. Part of the shenanigans in that top of the second inning. With a low score, 5 runs. Count now, ball 4. So that will be the second walk for Steve since entering the contest. So Wakefield step in, 1 for 2, single last time up, struck out his first time.
Grand Canyon trying to make what will be its 4th NCAA tournament in the last 5 years. Made their first ever regional in 2021.
Which is grounded, and that will be a base hit in the right center field as Sexton he'll head to third. And again, Grand Canyon with the 2-out hit. Runners on the corners.
Sharp seeing eye single for Wakefield, and much like the second inning, after the first 2 batters were retired in fairly quick order, the next couple batters were able to reach. In fact, the next 6 batters reached for Grand Canyon after the first 2 were retired in the second. Stanford hoping that the trend ends here at 2.
Barreras, who was hit in the lower ankle his last time up, came around to score as well. He's 1 for 1. Singled into first. The opportunity here, you may see Wakefield take off, 17 for 21. You don't want to run yourself out of an inning.
Well, Barreras' ankle was perfectly fine as he was flying around the base paths and coming around to score on Eddie Pelk's 3-run double.
Now, Charlie Somm has a really good arm from behind the plate. I was here against Washington. He threw out a couple of runners as well, so he has the ability to negate the run game. We'll see what the skipper, Coach Wallace, will do here.
Yeah, Greg Wallace in his 3rd year as the head coach at Grand Canyon. He replaced Andy Stankiewicz, who left for USC after 2022. Wallace was an assistant for many years at Grand Canyon from 2014 to 2021. Nathan Bannister, the pitching coach, Nate Causey, Paul Panaccione, rounding out the full-time staff for Grand Canyon.
Steves is definitely keeping an eye on Wakefield. Maybe they'll try to do a double steal to get Sexton home.
Well, Steves has been able to find the inside corner for strikes so far in this pitch sequence. Opportunity for Steves here. This is his 5th appearance of the season.
Wakefield is going to go, either going to be on this pitch, we go 1-2, possibly the 1-2 pitch, because at worst case scenario, you'll lead off the inning with Barreras.
Grand Canyon actually made their first ever regional final last year. Lost to West Virginia, so they came just 1 step shy of making it to the Supers. So they've been postseason competitive over the past few years, consistently.
Pitches outside, 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runners on. Runners on the corners. Steves will try to navigate through this traffic to get out of the inning unscathed. Another throw over to first. definitely paying attention to Wakefield. As you mentioned earlier, 17 stolen bases on the season. Picked one up yesterday. Pitches up. Roberts has worked the count to full. Now, Wakefield will be taken off.
Yep.
And if Roberts can get it into the gap, Wakefield will score easily with his speed at the top of the order. Pitch is lifted foul. Wakefield was off with the pitch. Sasaki is playing behind the runner as he indicated that to Steve prior to the pitch. Caceres slightly off the bag at second base. Big hole, 5-6 hole. Which is again lifted foul. I think Barrera sees that as well. He can poke it through. Definitely get one run home. Tack on another run, another 2-out run. Full count, runner corner. Pitch is lifted. That's base hit down the right field line. That would score one for sure. Wakefield, he'll head to third. Barraras comes through. And again, you talk about their ability, the Lopes, to score with 2 outs. Another 2-out hit.
Emilio Barreras with a fantastic at-bat there. Down quickly, 0-2, but able to adjust, fight off a couple of pitches, and then just rope this one. Just yanking it down the right field line. And scoring another run as Barreras has now driven in 4 runs this weekend. He's been an integral part of what the Lopes have done in this series.
And that's his 6th hit as well. Step in his Pelt. Home run.
Here's the real heavy hitter right now for the Lopes. Pelk has done major damage.
13 home runs on the season. 16 consecutive games reaching base. Pitch is taken for a strike.
Yeah,
Count is even.
Yeah, with home run number 14 coming in the first inning.
Yesterday, going back, Pelk hit a home run. He took the lead, and then York came right behind him and said, "Hold on, buddy, I'm right behind you." Strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1 run in the 3rd inning. As the Lopes has scored in each of the first 3 innings. Lead 8-0. Pitch is up. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes on this getaway day.
Pelk with the go-ahead double to clear the bases and help Grand Canyon shock Arizona in the Tucson Regional last year, part of their push to the regional final in 2024.
Pitch is outside, slider. Count is full. The second full count. Steves in this inning. First one was Barreras, who singled. Pelk rounds it to second, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning, but not before Grand Canyon tacks on another run as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Stanford trails 8-0. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Watching ACC Network Extra non-conference matchup between the Grand Canyon Lopes against the Stanford Cardinal. Beautiful day. My name is Joaquin Wallace and Troy Clarity here this afternoon. Stanford finds themselves trailing 8-0, 9-1-2. Hot, Haskins, and Sam will step in. First pitch swinging. This is driven to left field. That ball is gone. So Ethan Hott gets untracked with a home run and a much-needed run for Stanford for his 3rd home run of the year, 22nd RBI.
And Hott puts a charge into this one, evident right as it came off the bat that was not going to be long for staying within the confines of Sunken Diamond. And Hott, yeah, he had not homered in his first 52 games of his career. But look at the swing, full extension and just sending it over the left center field fence and out of the yard, and for Stanford's first run of the game.
And Hott was not wasting any time. Madison gave it to him, and he did not disappoint. Next pitch swung, drilled into right field by Haskins, and that will be a base hit. So this is where Coach Wallace will have to monitor his hurler. I mentioned earlier that he was slated to go 3 innings. So this is where he's at right now. Hopefully he can get out of this, and I'm sure this will be his last inning. They're trying to get his arm strength ready for tournament play.
Haskins had that curve timed perfectly. There is action, by the way, in the Grand Canyon bullpen.
So Sam will step in. Up to that point, Madison thrown 36 pitches. Number 37 was deposited over the left field for a home run. Pitch is taken outside.
Yeah, Ethan Hott from Paradise Valley, Arizona. So I'm sure he's somewhat familiar with a few of the folks who are on the Grand Canyon roster. Hott went to Chaparral High School down in the Valley of the Sun.
Pitch is grounded off the glove of Peyton. Stanford is in business with a couple of hard hits.
Well, a relatively hot shot, but still an easy play for Peyton to try to make, as it just hit off the heel of his glove, and pretty simple E5 to determine there.
So runners at first and second, and there will be a visit to the mound. As you mentioned earlier, there is some activity, and it looks as though that will be it for Madison, as it looks like the call will be made to the bullpen. Didn't kind of go quite as planned. You'd like to have them to go complete the 3rd inning, but that will be it for the hurler. We'll tell you all about the new pitcher coming in for Grand Canyon. We'll be right back. Well, taking over for Connor Madison will be Cam Cunnings, the right-handed pitcher, the junior from Fresno, California. Transfer from Fresno City. 3-1 record on the season, 4.32 ERA. Pitched in 15 games. No games started, no saves. 16 2/3 innings pitched. 7 bases on balls, 17 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting .356 against him. And that will be it for Connor Madison. Started off, came into the game, speaking of Madison, came into the 3rd inning with 36 pitches, and the first pitch he thrown. That bottom half of the 3rd inning was deposited, and Stanford now has opportunity as an error by Peyton. Stanford has runners at first and second. Madison is responsible for runners on first and second, and it will be a pinch runner coming in as well at first base. So Luke Levin will step in, and that will be it for Charlie Som.
And a nice moment for Som coming off the field. Obviously, this is his senior day. It's been a tough physical season for him, but gets a lot of handshakes from his teammates as he heads back into the Stanford dugout.
Tatum Marsh will step in. Doubled his last time up. First pitch swinging. Line is short for the out. So L6. And that's the first out of the inning. Jimmy Natai will step in. Struck out his first time at the plate. Stanford will try to put together a rally here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Try to win the inning. take that momentum into the top of 4. But Natai's right man, right spot. He has the ability to change the game with one swing as well. Pitch is grounded to short, and it will be booted by the shortstop. So 2 errors in the inning. We talk about the ability to play catch. Currently is hurting Grand Canyon so far. 1 error yesterday, 2 in the inning.
Well, as you look once again with Natai coming out of the box, and that one's just an easy play for Barreras to make, but he can't quite handle it. But don't look now. Drop everything and watch. Here comes Rintaro Sasaki to the plate with the bases loaded, and Sasaki is 4 of his last 4, stretching back to yesterday with a couple doubles, a single, and a home run.
So you go back to, he's mentioned 4 of his last 4. He has 2 doubles, a single, and a home run, overlapping 2 games. Has a chance here to have a big inning for the Cardinals. First pitch swinging. Grounds it wide of first.
Sasaki with a couple of clutch home runs this year, a go-ahead run against home run against Duke, also the walk-off home run against the Blue Devils.
Bases are loaded. Natai at first, Lavin at second, and Haskins at third. Pitch is popped into short center field. Pelk would come in and make the catch for the second out of the inning. Just got under that pitch.
Somewhat surprised that Haskins got held up at third.
So probably the thinking that you don't want to end the inning aggressively on the base pass, but you're taught in that situation to throw the ball to second base. So I think you have a point there. I don't think they would have challenged the throw to the plate.
Yeah, and you're down 8-1. It's the proverbial what have you got to lose type situation now.
Becerra step in, struck out his first time to the plate. Has a chance here. Ground ball, base hit. That'll be in the left field. That'll score 2. And Lavin will come around to score as Becerra, the senior, steps up with a solid base hit in the 5-6 hole. So both Haskins and Lavin scores. And Natai will head to second base. So Natai, who got on the error as well, has a chance to score. And Reynolds can come up huge here. Stanford with a 2-out base hit, scoring 2. Stanford pretty much doing what Grand Canyon has done against them all weekend long with the proverbial 2-out base hit. And Stanford has won this inning so far, 3-1. Pitch is lifted foul down the left field line.
Cunning's no stranger to facing off against Power 4 opponents and having success against them as well. Threw a scoreless inning against the Arizona Wildcats on Tuesday. Picked up a win against Arizona as well back on April the 1st. In fact, Cunning's got the win on Tuesday. So he's had success before against facing power competition.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Natai, the second, reached on an error by Barreras. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. But not before Stanford tacks on 3 runs, inches closer as you're watching ACC Network Extra. Stanford trails 8-3. We'll hit the top of the 4th inning. Top of the 4th inning, Jack York will face a new pitcher as well for Stanford. Liam Golden step in. He'll take over the top of the 4th inning. Stanford with 3 runs in the bottom of the third inches themselves closer. Golden is tasked to get the Cardinals back into their dugout and keep the momentum on their side. First pitch swinging, York skies it to right field, and that will be the first out of the inning. So York, the first out, caught by the second baseman.
Caught by the second baseman in foul territory about maybe 285 feet down the right field line.
And we talked about that yesterday as the outfielders both said need to be a little bit more aggressive. Golden on the season, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 4 bases on balls, 6 strikeouts, giving up 2 doubles. 8.31 ERA on the season.
But Stanford certainly had the shift on in that instance. That allowed Nat-Eye to make that play from his second base position, albeit not his traditional second base spot.
Diaz will step in, takes the first pitch. Ball 1. Steve's afternoon is done, 1 1/3. 2 hits, 1 run, 1 of them earned, 2 bases on balls. Faced 8 batters. Close the book. Pitch is swung on and missed.
Well, a tough one for Ty Huber on his senior day, an inning and 2/3, 7 hits, 7 runs, all earned with 1 strikeout and 50 pitches worth of work.
Pitch is grounded up the middle. Nice play by Becerra to run out. Diaz was flying down the line, but Timo was able to make the play.
Yeah, pretty close play there at first. Becerra able to hang in there and get just enough on the throw to get it there in time. But of course, I think this is the right thing to do. The umpires will take a second look. We'll show you what we have in real speed. A bit perhaps tough to discern definitively that Diaz was not safe at first, or that he was safe at first.
It was close enough to take a look at, though.
Yeah, sure, no doubt.
I'm sure the skipper, manager, Coach Wallace, will definitely want to get Diaz on the bag, try to get some of those runs back. Take a look right here. Probably a better view here. I think he's going to be called safe. Based on that look, I think he will be safe.
Yeah.
And in fact, it doesn't look close.
Well, you know what? That's why you you break it down to its last compound. You break it down frame by frame if you need to. And do whatever you need to do to make sure that the correct call is made as the play unfolded. I mean, I thought it was a pretty close play. But I also thought that the throw may have just gotten there in time. But the video might potentially be showing something different here.
Yeah, I believe so, because he was clearly on the bag before the ball made contact with the glove.
Now, of course, also keep in mind that the umpires also have access to angles that we on the broadcast don't necessarily have. So they're able to look at a few other perspectives that are not quite available to us. But I think what we've shown you might be definitive enough. Shout out to our fantastic crew. At the end of today's game, I'll give a more detailed thank you to everyone, since this is the final shot for us here on the Stanford side on ACC Network Extra, providing live streams all throughout the course of the season. The first year, of course, is part of the ACC Network umbrella. So it's been a lot of fun. We'll give deeper thanks at the end of today's show, but certainly I think a good look by the fellas. I can't even say in the truck. They're at the control room back at Maples Pavilion. Let's take another look at it here. And speed it down. Yeah, it appears to me that Diaz is safe by not even a half step. There's the foot down, and I think there's the ball in the glove, and here's the call. And that confirms what the video shows us.
And while we was waiting for that, let's just close the book on Madison Well. 2 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs, 1 of them earned, 4 strikeouts, faced 11 batters, giving up 2 doubles and a home run. So the book is closed on Connor Madison. So Cannon Peary will step in. Peary 0 for 2. Runner at first. Called strike 1, so let me change that as a hit in my book so I can make sure that I am up to date. 8, 10, and 1. If you're looking at the scoreboard, 3-6-0. Runner takes off. Throw down the second. He will be safe as the ball sails into center field. That will be a stolen base by Diaz. Now he's in scoring position. And on the year, Diaz is now 4 for 4.
We should note that Luke Lavin has come in to replace Charlie Somm. Somm reached on an error in the 3rd inning and was lifted for a pinch runner. So Lavin has come on to replace him in the field and will bat second.
Pitch is inside. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner at second base. Diaz, who just stole the base, reached on the single as well. Initially, Diaz was called out, but the replay proved otherwise. Now he's in scoring position. Stanford trailing 8-3 after plating 3 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Big inning. Sasaki had a chance to add more on, but skied out. Strike 3 called to Perry. Just like that, it's 2 outs.
Well, that's a heck of a pitch by Golden. Bit of a breaking ball, with a little bit of movement tailing away from the hitter as well. That's a heck of a pitch to finish off Peary.
Definitely much needed. So Payton will step in. Runner at second base, 2 outs. And this is where Grand Canyon has done most of their damage throughout the series with 2 outs. In fact, they'd rather have it at 2 outs because that's where they're doing most of their damage in terms of scoring.
Yep.
They're comfortable with 2 outs. And as I say, they lined it, fly ball in the right field, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, no hit.
There it is. Garbage on. The game's all here.
Bottom fifth, with Grand Canyon leading Stanford 8-3. Happy Mother's Day to all out there. My mom and I had a chance to hit up brunch yesterday morning. That was a lot of fun, and it was quite filling. I think I recovered from my food coma somewhere around the third inning. Let's hope that you are spending your Mother's Day doing whatever you would like to do. I'm glad that you are spending part of yours here with us on ACC Network Extra and ESPN+. Luke Lavin coming up to the plate for his first appearance at the plate today. He came on as a defensive replacement. Lavin hitting .245 with 3 home runs and 9 RBI. He hit a solo home run on Friday. Takes the first pitch from Cam Cunnings, outside corner called, strike one.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that Charlie Saunders had a physical season. I had to watch him a couple of games just get beat up behind the plate consistently.
Lavin opposite field, slicing down the line and foul. So Lavin down quickly, 0-2. The sophomore from Laguna Beach. Luke was actually one of 3 catchers from Santa Margarita Catholic High School's class of 2023 to sign NLIs with Division I programs. That's pretty cool. Blake Blas from UCLA, Bryce Humphrey from the University of San Francisco. So we have a pipeline from the catcher's position from Santa Margarita Catholic down in Orange County, Division I level. No balls and 2 strikes to Luke Lavin. Bounces blocked by Sexton. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be catchers. That can certainly put on a lot of wear and toll and tear on your body. 1-2. Yet it's always intriguing to see how many catchers become coaches and head coaches across all levels of baseball. That makes sense. Calling games, you learn how to handle your pitchers. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. The 2-2. Fouled off again.
Yeah, typically you find that is the common thread. If you look at comparing sports, you look at football, usually the special teams coach usually becomes head coaches because he has a chance to touch all the players, knows all the positions, know what it takes. It's no surprise.
Lavin drops this one down, base hit. So Lavin aboard with the leadoff single here in the bottom of the 5th. Let's just turn that one opposite field. Bit of a handshake and dap there at the first base bag. Brings up Tatum Marsh. Marsh with a double in the first, lined out to short in the third. By the way, it's already been an eventful day for Stanford Athletics, as there were a couple of big results that came in before noon, before most folks even had their Mother's Day brunch. As Marsh awaits the 1-0 from Cunnings. Sends this one slicing and getting down in left center field for a base hit. Bounces off the base of the wall. Lavin being given the green light. He comes around and scores. Marsh's second double of the day. This one scores Stanford's 4th run of the afternoon.
Stanford trying to put together a rally here. Nice job by Marsh to stay on it. Left center field, as you mentioned earlier, one hops the wall. Stanford is in business now with no outs. Runner at second base. They're kind of piecing themselves runs to get back in this game. Now they trail by 4.
Well, and here's a guy who can bring Stanford even closer with one swing of the bat. Jimmy Nadai, who homered twice yesterday. And he sends this one high, deep, back, and gone! Jimmy Nadai from down under sends that one well over the fence. And it's a 2-run game.
So 3 hits in the inning, and Nadai continues with 3 home runs in 2 days. And as you mentioned earlier, right man, right spot. Now Stanford is back in this game big time. As you take a look at this one here. That ball was lifted deep over the 375-foot sign, and Stanford now is in business, trailing by 2 and no outs.
Cardinal trying to punch back here. Grand Canyon scored the first 8 runs of this game. Stanford has scored the last 6. Trying to add on to it here with Rintaro Sasaki. Sasaki doubled in the second, flew out to center in the third. Takes this pitch, called strike 1. Women's lacrosse, dramatics in the second round of the NCAA tournament this morning at Gainesville as they face the Florida Gators. As this one's fouled off opposite side. Women's lacrosse was down 12-9 in the fourth quarter, came back, tied it, forced overtime, went to double OT, but the Gators got the 13-12 win. So Stanford women's lacrosse, great season for them, unfortunately, and they got their first NCAA tournament win in 9 years, so congratulations to them on that. But a tough way for them to end the season. This one's high into shallow center. 3 gray shirts converge, and no one gets there. Sasaki with another base hit this weekend. That's his 6th. And the first 4 for the Cardinal in this inning have reached.
And again, Sasaki is taking advantage of the outfield is playing so deep. They're not able to track the ball down. As you recall, his double in the second inning was of similar fashion. Comes right back. Peppers that area out there again with the base hit. And Stanford has 4 consecutive hits, and they have the tying run coming to the plate.
Oh, and Greg Wallace has come out to the mound, and that means there's a pitching change afoot for the Lopes. New pitcher coming in for Grand Canyon. We'll tell you about him, and we'll also tell you about the really big news from Stanford Athletics that emerged from this morning. Plenty straight ahead as Stanford has made this a 2-run game. It's 8-6, bottom 5th. ACC Network Extra continues in just a moment. New pitcher for Grand Canyon is Billy Gregory. As Gregory, a freshman from Scottsdale, Arizona, in the game. And about to make his 14th appearance of the year. 2-0 record, a 7.40 ERA. With the Stanford bullpen getting into the hijinks along with the Stanford dugout. Gregory has 1 save to his credit, 24 in the 3rd innings pitched. 27 strikeouts versus 8 walks. Opposing batters hitting .349 against the freshman from Scottsdale, Arizona. Saguaro High School won a state championship his high school senior year down in Scottsdale. Gregory with his first appearance in 9 days. Through an inning, gave up 5 hits, charged with 3 runs all earned, a walk and a strikeout. Stanford was down 8-0. It's now 8-6. Bottom of the 5th, Timo Becerra coming to the plate with Rintaro Sasaki at first after a single. Cardinal have plated 3 so far in this frame and are looking for more. A big blow, a 2-run shot by Jimmy Nadai, and Tatum Marsh with an RBI double. Nobody out. You're in the bottom of the 5th. And that pitch is high. The big news, as we again, congratulations for Stanford women's lacrosse and their season, which came to a close in the NCAA tournament today. Stanford women's water polo's season came to a close today too. And they're hosting the big trophy. 1 ball and 1 strike. Timo thinks about it and holds off as the pitch goes inside. 2-1. Congratulations to head coach John Tanner and crew. Stanford women's water polo beat USC 11-7 this morning in Indianapolis, and they are your NCAA champions. So congrats to Stanford women's water polo. Low, 2-2.
You know, I've had a chance to call water polo past 5 years, and the women's program is just outstanding. They continue to stack wins, stack championships.
Natty number 10 for those young ladies. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Opposite field fouled off. The really neat thing about all this is that this morning's result extends maybe the greatest streak in all of college sports, as Stanford now has at least 1 NCAA team championship 49 consecutive years running. That's a heck of a streak, and it continues once again. Count full to Becerra.
Stanford has clawed their way back into this contest. I mentioned earlier that Stanford has lost the first 2 games in the late innings after jumping out ahead. Now they may be able to turn the table. Grand Canyon jumped out to an 8-0 lead. Have yet been able to play the runner since.
Popped up, foul coming this way and landing behind us somewhere. Count stays full. How about that? 49 straight years in which Stanford has won an NCAA championship.
Quite impressive.
I'm not sure if that's, I mean, who knows where the streak is going to end, but I'm not sure if it's ever going to be equal, I'll tell you that. The 3-2 pitch, low, ball 4. First 5 is reached for Stanford in the bottom of the 5th. Becerra coaxes the walk. Pinch hitter coming in as Brett Blair comes in to replace Brady Reynolds. Blair, a senior from Gainesville, Florida, 6'2", 220. And Blair on the season is 2 for 6 on the year. This is his 12th game played this season. That pitch misses inside from Billy Gregory for ball 1 to Brett Blair. Blair, one of 7 seniors honored before today's game. The other senior is Timo Becerra, who's currently at first. Trevor Haskins, Charlie Somm, Ty Hubert, Jake Sapien, Brett Blair, and Saborn Campbell. Campbell is the only senior to have yet to have appeared in this game to this point. The 2-0. Fastball right down the middle, 2-1. So congrats again to Stanford women's water polo. Men's tennis could be in the mix for a national championship. They advanced out of the Super Regionals with a win over South Carolina on Friday. Women's tennis, tough one. As they dropped a 4-3 result to Oklahoma State in the Super Regionals of that tournament yesterday.
I'll tell you what, Stanford has a chance to get the tying run to second base. If Blair is able to get on, either by a base hit or a walk.
And there it is, ball 4.
So consecutive walks. Sarah and Blair.
Bases loaded. With Jake Sapien coming to the plate. He's 0 for 2. Single, RBI double, 2-run home run, single, walk, walk. That's how this bottom half of the fifth has gone so far. 3 in for Stanford to this point. And Sapien takes the first pitch of the knees, called strike 1.
And this is what you go over during batting practice. You will play scenarios to each of the hitters. Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Your job is to think up the middle, fly ball, base hit. Don't pull off the baseball.
As that just bounces and rolls. Foul. Sapien down quickly, 0-2. Still nobody out, by the way. With the bases loaded. Full of Cardinal, nowhere to put Sapien. Sasaki at third, Becerra at second, Blair at first. High, 1-2.
Sapien just needs to be confident, kind of shorten up his stroke just a tad, try to make some contact. Ideally, a base hit will score 2, potentially an even as match, as the outfield for Grand Canyons is playing extremely deep.
Down the line, just foul.
Grand Canyon outfield is playing the no doubles rule, but you've seen that's hurt them when Sasaki's been to the plate. They had to drop it in between left center and first time, then right in center field, second time. Perfect placement.
The 1-2. Laser down the first base line, tickled the chalk, but is foul.
They had a chance to clear the bases at minimum. You would have runners at second and third. The game level at 8.
Scorcher from Sapien just goes out of play. One ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. Bounces it the opposite way. And the saga continues. Sapien, on his senior day, fighting to perhaps give Stanford a lead potentially here. But go ahead, run it first. The 1-2. Got him looking, called strike 3. Gregory able to hit his spot on the outside corner. And a big out number 1. That's step number 1 for GCU. Outside corner right at the knees. Ethan Hott, responsible for Stanford's first run of the game, with a solo home run in the third. Hott, 2-time first-team All-State in Arizona during his high school days there. Everyone's staying put. Hott spent the summer of 23 with the Corvallis Knights in the Collegiate Summer Baseball Leagues, won the West Coast League Player of the Week honors along the way.
That was a huge play by Sexton to keep that ball in front.
Now, breaking ball misses low. 2 balls and no strikes. Bases remain loaded. Sasaki at third, Becerra at second, Blair at first. Fouled off.
You have to have a ton of confidence in your catcher in terms of being able to block balls in the dirt.
Especially with all the room behind home plate, 70 feet between home plate and the back wall here at Sunken Diamond.
As a hitter, you can pretty much eliminate a pitch in some cases.
Fastball just misses, 3-1. Hott had not homered in the first 52 games of his career. He went deep back-to-back games at North Carolina, March 8th and March 9th. Sent one out of the yard earlier today. Inside, ball 4. That brings in another run. So the bases loaded walk brings in Sasaki, and it's 8-7. Ninth batter of this inning for the Cardinal, and it's Trevor Haskins. We go back to the top of the order. Haskins singled and scored in the third. Bases are still loaded. Swing and a miss on the fastball. 0-1. Gregory got the win against Texas Tech back on March 9th, 3 scoreless, and struck out 2. No balls, 1 strike. And that goes foul. With Haskins down quickly, 0-2.
Haskins can lift it to center field, left field, or right. Anywhere in the outfield, Stanford will tie this game at 8. Can't have a strikeout here. Can't have a double play.
Got him looking. Called strike 3. Breaking ball right down the middle of the plate. Haskins doesn't pull the trigger, and they're 2 away.
That's 2 strikeouts in the inning, both looking with runners in scoring position.
By the way, close the book on Cam Cunnings. 2 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. Connor Madison was charged with 3 runs, but only 1 of them earned. As Grand Canyon was initially charged with 2 errors in that third, but there's only 1 on both the scoreboard and the stat monitors. So I'll try to go back and see what got changed along the way. Lavin looks at strike 1. He singled and later came around to score earlier in this inning. In fact, he led off this inning with that single. Blocked again by Sexton. Becerra at third. Blair at second. Hot at first. Gregory exhales. Is ready to deal the 1-1. Tag to left center. Back is Diaz at the track, and he reaches up and makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. Stanford down 8-0. It's now 8-7 with 5 innings in the books. 6th inning coming up in just a moment. Series finale in progress here at Stanford on ACC Network Extra and ESPN+. It was all Grand Canyon 2.5 innings in, but since then it's been all Stanford. Lope still with a slender 1-run lead. It's 8-7 as we head to the 6th. And with the call of the 6th and the 7th, here's Dr. Joaquin Wallace.
Thanks a lot, Troy. Golden now is tasked to get his team back into the dugout and keep that momentum on their side of the field. Stanford has scored 7 runs in their last 3 innings. After trailing 8-0, they've made the long trek back, climbed the mountain. They're almost to the top of the mountain, trailing by 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Grand Canyon. Barreras, Pelk, and York, the heart of the order for Grand Canyon.
They've all done damage.
Yeah, Golden 24 pitches so far. First pitch taken on the outside corner, called strike 1. Barreras has been solid this afternoon. Single in the first, hit in the second, single in the third, officially 2 for 2. 6 for 13 in the series. Also, the game tying and go-ahead run in game 1. The 2-out single that lifted Grand Canyon the first victory of the 3-game set. So he's been highly productive this weekend. Pitch is lifted foul.
Well, and Golden has held his own so far. Now, 2+ innings of work, no walks, and 3 strikeouts has allowed the infield single to Diaz, who was initially called out at first. But that's really been about it.
He's been lights out so far since entering the game, and most importantly, he's given his team a chance. And that's all you want is a chance. Talked about senior afternoon. These seniors will remember this game for the rest of their lives. I mentioned earlier they changed the error by Charlie Salmon to a hit, so he'll always say, I got a hit. My last game was the Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to say that on the air, but yes, can confirm and play those initially ruled an error on Eli Payton, the Grand Canyon third baseman, has been changed to a single for Charlie Salmon. That was back in the 3rd inning.
Which is lifted down the left field line. That'll fall in front of Marsh. Take the wide turn. Nice throw in the infield by Marsh to hold him to a single.
Have a day, Emilio Barreras, his 3rd base hit of the day. Have a weekend, Emilio Barreras. His 7th base hit of the weekend.
He's hitting well over. He came into that at bat. He's 357 right now.
Well, and he struggled a little bit. He missed a month with injury, came back middle of April, and hadn't been quite as productive at the plate, but he's certainly turned it around in a big way in this series. So is this guy.
Here's the one guy that you have to make sure that you keep him in track. Keep him in the park. 8 hits, 12 at-bats, 13 at-bats so far. Drills one down the right field line. That'll be in front of Blair. Throw to second, and he will be out at second base. So Pelk tried to take the extra base as the play was right in front of him. Nice job of hitting the cutoff man, and Stanford gets an out. Take a look right here.
Well, that's about the only mistake that Pelk has made throughout much of this weekend. Terrific work by Jimmy Natai in the middle, sizing things up immediately and going to second to make the play. Single, 9-4-6 on the putout.
Strike one. So instead of runners on the corners with no outs, Grand Canyon has a runner at third with 1 out.
And they've got the Sasaki shift on for Zach York with Natai at second, basically being a second right fielder, well beyond the lip of the grass towards the right of your screen.
Strike two, and as you recall, his first hit in the 2nd inning in a similar situation, hit it right to the vacated spot at shortstop to reach for the 16th consecutive time on base. Pitch is inside. Also, York, one more hit, and he will reach 200 hits in his career. Pitch is down in front. Runner takes off from third. Here's the throw, and he will be out at the plate. So Lavin did a great job of retrieving it. Golden rushed home, took the toss, and he will be called out, but they will review it as Barrera. Right. He may be correct. As it looks as though that tag was high, but not before. Barrera's got his hand to the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, that second angle that we showed, the middle of the 3, I think that might be the definitive look that we can show you. And from that angle, it looked like Barreras may have just reached in and tagged the bag before Golden was able to apply the tag of his own. We'll try to take another look at it if we can, but based on that angle, the second one of the three that we showed, Barreras may have just reached in and given Grand Canyon this 9th run of the game so far.
And if this does work out for Grand Canyon, this will be their second time with the challenge that they were effective. Let's take a look right here.
Yeah, not sure if we're exactly going to see everything we need to see with that angle, nor that angle.
The first angle we seen kind of showed it much better.
This is the one.
Yeah, this is the angle right here. You see sliding to the outside portion of the plate, and it looks as though frame right there. I think he may have got his fingernail on the plate.
I think he got his hand on the point of the plate.
Sliding to the back. You can see York as well as tapping his ear flaps, indicating a review to the staff.
Which I think he would have done anyway, right?
At this point in the game.
And I don't think that, Greg Wallace and the Grand Canyon coaching brain trust might have necessarily needed York's input to have the umpires take another look at it. Here comes the call.
So it would be a wild pitch if he's able to score, and yep, he's safe.
Yep, that's the right call.
And Barreras will come around and score on the wild pitch, tack on a run. And so that's the first run since the 3rd inning for Grand Canyon's the wild pitch, 9-7. And York will just launch one foul down the right field line. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, and a crucial run for Grand Canyon, even though I'm sure they'd like to still have a runner on base after Pelt got nailed at second. But that's still a crucial one after Stanford had all the momentum coming into the top half of this frame. They get a big one back.
You always want to win the innings as he stepped off and stepped back on, and York drills it to center field. But Hot will make the catch. So Golden stepped off and then realized that he had to step back on and make the pitch. Never seen that one before. York stayed in the block and drilled it, but Hot was able to track it down for the second out. So Diaz will step in, 271, 28 runs scored, 45 RBIs, 1 for 2, 10 home runs. Pitch is taken on the outside, just off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to the senior. See if Grand Canyon can get off the mat. Stanford pretty much took control with the momentum. Ground ball to first. Saki will get it. Tag the bag. That will be the 3rd out of the inning, but not before Grand Canyon's tack on one more run. As we head to the bottom of the 6th inning, Stanford trails by 2, 9-7. Bottom of the 6th inning, and Grand Canyons will trot out another pitcher, freshman Gunnar Penskover from Piera, Arizona, Northwest Christian High School. 0-2 on the season, 6.99 ERA. Pitched in 10 games, started 7, no saves, 28 in the 3rd innings. He's given up 8 bases on balls, struck out 21, and opponents are hitting .322, and he'll be facing Tatum Marsh. 3, 4, and 5 for the Cardinals. 9-11 and 1, 7-10 and 0 for Stanford. Find themselves trailing by 2. Grand Canyon was able to score on a wild pitch in the top half of the inning. That's the first run since the 3rd.
Well, and remember that Stanford, after scoring 4 in the bottom of the 5th, left them loaded.
Which is drilled into right field. And coming on and not making a catch just off the glove, Wakefield. And there's a leadoff single.
Or Wakefield just kind of in the wrong place and had to hop on his horse. He had a long way to go, but the ball just dying in front of him despite the valiant effort to bring it in.
And you've seen that throughout the weekend, is that Grand Canyon outfielders play so deep. Balls that are in front, they're not able to haul them in. As you can take a look at the outfield, if we get a picture of them, you can see how deep they're all playing.
There they are, somewhere.
They're there somewhere. Natai will step in, and the only thing he did was hit a 2-run home run his last time at the plate. He continues on with 3 home runs on the weekend. Swings, lifts it high in the infield, and that will fall. That's one of those situations there that Sexton turned around and the ball was spinning back, and he never dropped the mask, so it was going to be a problem as soon as it was lifted in the air.
Yeah, Sexton just couldn't quite locate it quickly enough as it came off the bat. Another look as you see how Sexton just kind of struggled with that one a bit. And maybe, again, that's also a part of a catcher dealing with home all the room behind home plate, maybe a bit disoriented because he's not quite used to having that much room behind the plate. And by the time he negotiates all of that, the ball's coming back down, and it's out of my reach.
0-2. So Natai, runner at first. Pitch is lifted to right field. Again, you see how deep they're playing. Ball stayed up. Wakefield was able to track it down coming in. The first out of the inning. So Grand Canyon has pretty much said, you're going to have to beat us in front of us, but not over our heads. I recall when I used to play outfield, Troy, I always liked to play a shallow outfield because I felt going back was easier than coming in. Sasaki will step in. Base hit in the 5th. First pitch called strike. Runner at first. Stanford trails 9-7. Bottom of the 6th inning. This is one of those important shutdown innings Grand Canyons is trying to employ. Always try to win the inning.
Well, Sexton's had an eventful afternoon behind the plate. Trying to shake out the dirt from the helmet. Make sure everything is good to go once again.
1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, runner at first. Stanford trails by 2. The tying run at the plate. And that's in the presence of Sasaki, the freshman. Inside, up. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, Gunnar Penskover, the GCU pitcher, might be the very definition of versatility. He was a starting shortstop as a high school freshman, moved to outfield and pitched his junior year. Oh, by the way, was also all-state in Arizona at wide receiver and defensive back in football. And he picks up a bat from time to time here for Grand Canyon.
Pitch is up. 3 balls and a strike.
What's that some coaches like to say? The more you can do.
The best ability is availability.
Yeah.
3 balls and a strike. Runner at first. Stanford trails by 2. Tying run at the plate. Stanford has been able to tack on runs, 7 runs in their last 3 innings. And that will be ball 4. Now the tying run is at first base.
Yeah, that was an intriguing pitch sequence there by Penscover. And Sasaki has shown a bit of a susceptibility towards pitches that ride inside on him. And that's what Penscover was trying, but he was just missing, and maybe missing a bit high. Higher than the pitches probably should have landed. So Sasaki with a good enough eye, good enough discernment, able to take first, and he's on the base paths once again.
So runners at first and second now. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate. Becerra. Called strike on the outside part of the plate.
It's gone final, by the way, in Orem, Utah. Sacramento State beat Utah Valley 9-2. So the Hornets take 2 of 3 and maintain a 1-game lead over Grand Canyon in the WAC.
Another wild pitch. The wide turn by Marsh at third. And we talked about all that room behind the plate. And you can see the frustration with Sexton. Now Stanford has the tying run at second base rather.
Well, a small part of me is a little surprised that Marsh wasn't sent all the way around. Seen runners score from second on wild pitches in this ballpark more than a few times.
Pitch is grounded to third. Marsh will come in and score, and the ball will be thrown wide of first. That'll be an error. Stanford will tie, and Becerra will head to second. So the second error in the game for Grand Canyon, we thought it would be 3, but it will be 2, and it will cost Grand Canyon in this situation, as now the game is tied, and Blair will step in, who pinch hit for Reynolds. He has a chance with the go-ahead run at second base.
Well, and that was the right decision by Peyton to go to first with it instead of trying to go home, try to trade the out for the run. So it was a good decision, but just uncorked an inaccurate throw. And now, hey, guess what, folks? We got a tie game.
So Blair has a chance here, who pinch hit earlier. First pitch swinging, fouls it into the stands. So Stanford has came all the way back. Now they have a chance to take their first lead of the game.
So how error costly for Grand Canyon.
So how huge was that run in the top half of the 6th inning? That wild pitch, as Barrera was able to score. It's huge. Stanford could conceivably have the lead, the first lead of the game. 0-2 to Brett Blair, 333 on the season, 3 runs scored, no RBIs. It'd be a great chance to pick up his first. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Slider down. It's Penscover trying to get out of this inning, and there's some activity in the bullpen as well. Coming into the game, we knew that Madison, is starting pitcher, was slated for 2 to 3 innings. And since then, it's just been a revolving door on the mound. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Jay Smith, left side of your screen. Chance Key, right side of your screen in the Lopes bullpen.
One out. Runner at second, which is grounded to short. Long throw over, and that will be the second out of the inning. So Sapien now will have a chance, who struck out his last 2 times at the plate. Last time, struck out looking. Stanford had a chance in that 5th inning. Sapien came up with the bases loaded, was not able to deliver. Sapien now will have a chance here to make amends. First pitch swinging, fouled at the plate. So identical outside in terms of the errors. 9-12-2 for Grand Canyon. 9-12-0 for Stanford. Stanford has left 7 runners on. Grand Canyon 5. Stanford had a chance with the bases loaded. Was not able to cash in. Sapien now finds himself 0-2. Runner at second. 2 outs. Sapien come through with a 2-out base hit, which is away, taken for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sarah at second base. Reached on an error. Was able to continue to second base. Pitch is grounded. Now we have base hit for the senior Sapien. And Becerra will score as Sapien comes through with a solid base hit.
The senior knocking in the senior. And Stanford on the board for the first time and in the lead for the first time in this game.
And that has to feel good for Sapien, who struck out his last 2 at-bats, was able to come through and deliver with the key 2-out base hit. And Stanford now with their first lead of the game. They've been relentless. The last 2 innings scoring 7 runs. Hot, first pitch swinging, lifts it to left center field. And that will fall between Diaz and Pelk. So he will score. So Hot continues on with a double that falls in between the outfield of Diaz and Pelk. And I tell you what, Troy, the outfield play has been suspect all weekend long.
Well, give credit to Ethan Hott here with the fantastic swing and putting it in that no man's land between Diaz and Pelk and muscling up a little bit as he stands at second. Remember when it was 8-0 and Hott hit the solo home run to put Stanford on the board? And you kind of thought, oh, that was kind of cute. Well, here the Cardinals are trying to extend a lead, and they just might do it here.
Haskins. That ball is deep as well, and that will be gone. So Haskins delivers a home run, and just like that, Stanford, 6 runs in the frame, and they find themselves ahead 13-9. Wow.
And that ball was gone the moment it left the bat. Pelk trying the best, but just running out of room. And suddenly the Cardinals just cannot stop scoring.
And
3
again,
in the third, 4 in the fifth, 6th so far here in the 6th.
And Troy, 2 outs. Again, delivering. And I mentioned earlier, for Senior Day, this is something that you're going to remember, how you came back. Now, can you close the deal?
Well, having the 9th batter of this inning.
So 1 ball and 1 strike.
So Stanford has batted around in back-to-back innings, assuming that this plate appearance is entirely completed. Since there's no base paths, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen.
2 balls and 1 strike.
And the biggest play of the inning, the 2-run throwing error by Eli Payton, the third baseman for Grand Canyon.
We talk about it all the time. The ability to play catch can change the game. As you mentioned earlier, Payton had a chance to come home, but they was trading out the run for the out. He probably would have been better served trying to cut the runner down at the plate, but you're taught to get the run, get the out for the run.
Yeah, I thought he made the right decision in the right time. It was just an inaccurate throw.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Lifted to center field deep. That ball's carrying, but that will be the 3rd out of the inning, but not before Stanford tacks on 6 runs and take the lead as we head to the top of the 7th inning. 13-9. You're watching ACC Network Extra. Top of the 7th inning, Stanford now finds themselves ahead with a 4-run lead, 13-9, after scoring a total of 10 runs in innings 5 and 6. And Liam Golden now has a chance to get his team back in the dugout again. I always talk about that momentum. Shut down innings, 42 pitches thrown. He'll be facing Peary, first baseman. First pitch is down, ball 1. It's the 43rd pitch thrown by Golden since entering. And in fact, Golden has a chance, if it all stays the way it is now, to get the victory.
Well, now the pressure point's on the bullpen, right? And that's been, look, there's never any one real overriding reason for a team to go 9-19 over a stretch as Stanford has, but the bullpen has certainly had its share of problems. Let's see if they can come through here today. And Golden's had some nice moments. He's been able to throw strikes. Hasn't really given Grand Canyon a whole lot.
Yeah, a couple of strikeouts, 3 strikeouts in fact. You don't want to start off with the walk because we know how walks typically hurt you, but they do have a 4-run cushion. But now, as you mentioned, the pressure now moves to the Stanford bullpen. As we know, Grand Canyons is not going to take any at-bats off, so they're going to try to get this victory to sweep the series. Just like that, just driven to left field, that ball is gone. Just like that, Perry with his 3rd home run of the year. And here they come again. That ball was launched as Hott and Marsh just kind of looked at each other and watched it fly over the left center field wall. So here we go. They just do not give up at bats.
Yeah, I think everyone in the park knew it. Liam Golden knew it. Cannon Peary knew it. A shot from Cannon. How about that? 13-10 now our score.
So Peyton will step in. Ball's grounded in the hole. That will be a base hit. So Grand Canyons again start their comeback. And that will be it for Golden. You said the pressure will be on the Cardinal bullpen. We'll take a look at it. We'll give you the next Cardinal pitcher to step in and take over Golden. We'll be right back. You're watching ACC Network Extra Baseball. Top of the 7th inning, Turan O'Haron will step in, will take over for Liam Golden. On the season, 7.46 ERA, 4-6 record, 61st appearance. Actually, I'm sorry, 20 appearance. Let me start over. 8.10 ERA, 1-1 on the season, 20 appearances, no games started, no saves, 23 1/3 innings pitched, 28 hits, 21 runs, 21 of them earned, 17 bases on balls, and 22 strikeouts on the season. Runners 3.67, and he is now tasked to keep this lead for the Cardinal as the Lopes continue to track runs on against this Cardinal team. home run to start the inning. So Scaldaferri will step in now. Scaldaferri, 1 for 3 so far. Struck out in the 5th, singled in the 2nd, grounded out to 2nd in the 3rd. Peyton's at first. Swung on. Have a check swing. Nonetheless, strike 1.
So Torin O'Haron coming in a relatively high-pressure situation after Liam Golden had some good moments, threw 3+. Of course, you can't close the book on him. Struck out 3, walked none, gave up 5 hits and 49 pitches, a career high for him.
Probably just ran out of gas. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Torin with 3 scoreless innings of relief against Duke back on March 16th. Got the win that day. Struck out 4 Blue Devils that afternoon.
Strike on the outside part of the plate. 10-14-2, 13-15-0. Stanford so far defensively has been solid. Pitch is swung on. Chop foul. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Billy Scaldaferri, big Philly sports fan. Phillies, Eagles, Sixers. One of those teams not much to cheer for. The other couple, been pretty decent, I would say, on the football field and the baseball diamond.
Pitch is down low. I'm sure he was a happy camper when his Eagles defeated the Kansas City Chiefs. Got a rematch and was able to come up on the plus side second time around. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lifted foul. That will fall at the warning track. You know, you mentioned the room behind the plate was first fouled back. I thought easily it would get into the stands, but kind of spent back, stayed in play. Lavin made a slide, but not able to come up with it.
Or just about every other ballpark, that's landing in about the 3rd row.
2 balls, 2 strikes. No outs, runner at first. Leadoff home run by Peary. Cut into the lead for Stanford, 13-10. Pitch is grounded wide of 3rd.
Well, it's something else to keep in mind, not just with the room, with all the foul room over to the left and the right and behind home plate as well. It's not just the room, but there's also a slope as well. So if you're a catcher trying to locate a ball and you're running towards the back wall and all of a sudden you feel the ground kind of giving way underneath you, that can also throw you off a bit as well.
Ground ball again wide of 3rd. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No outs. Stanford with a 3-run lead as the tying run is in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, look at all that room. I don't think there's any other park, certainly on the collegiate level, that has anywhere near close to that. One of the defining characteristics of one of the most distinctive facilities in all of college baseball. Final game here this year.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Grounded up the middle, and it went off the mound, and that will be a base hit. As O'Haron was not able to get his glove down, they say between the wickets. Take a look right here. It looks as though it may have hit his foot.
Yeah, I thought I heard it actually hit perhaps a body part. I thought it might have been his glove initially, but it might have been his foot. But ball went straight up, and that gave Scaldaferri enough time to head to first safely. So the Lopes still in business, 2 on and nobody out, down 3.
Sexton will step in, 1 for 2 for the junior. Actually, it's a pinch hitter. Huff will be pitch hitting for Sexton. Cade Huff. Scottsdale, Arizona,
yeah.
redshirt sophomore.
Yeah, and transfer from Arizona. And yes, Cade Huff's older brother, Cody, played right here at Stanford, 2019 to 2022. Cody drafted by the Rockies, in 22. And he's now in the Cleveland organization playing at AAA Columbus. So I'm sure that Cade may have made a trip up here or two to watch his older brother play here in this building. But now here he is with the chance to give the Lopes a big hit here. And maybe, if it all really works out well for him, perhaps even tie this game up here in the 7th.
Yeah, so far this year, 48 at-bats, 10 hits, 6 runs, 8 RBIs, 6 bases on balls, 21 strikeouts, a couple of doubles, 1 home run, and 1 sacrifice fly. And he has a chance to, at minimum, to move the runners 90 feet. And he is the tying run. And the first pitch is ball 1.
Huff transferred to Grand Canyon after 2 years at Arizona this past offseason.
Pitch is in the dirt.
And against Abilene Christian on March 23rd, hit an RBI double and smacked a 2-run home run on the same day.
2 balls and no strikes. And as you mentioned, Troy, the pressure moves to the Stanford bullpen. Lifted foul down the left field line.
And also of note, so far in this series, Grand Canyon pinch hitters 4 for 4. And they have delivered the biggest hits for the Lopes so far in this series.
Pitch is foul back to the screen. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Cale Beaver with a 3-run pinch hit yesterday. Part of Grand Canyon's 6-run 8th inning to clinch the win for them 24 hours ago.
Pitch is outside. Count now is full. And you don't want to put the tying run at first base with no outs. You turn it over to the top of the lineup. Wakefield. At minimum, Barreras, and then Pelk. All loaded. Well, Grand Canyons continues to pick themselves up off the mat. Now they have a chance with the tying run at first and the go-ahead run at the plate. Bases are loaded. Peyton at third. Scaldaferri at second. Pinch hitter Hupp at first. And Wakefield takes a called strike on the first pitch. One ball and 1 strike. And I'm sure Wakefield had a plan to take the first pitch to see if O'Haron can throw a strike. Pitch is outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Left field, Marsh, hot in center, made a terrific catch earlier in the game. And Blair in right. And that ball is called strike 2. The inside portion of the plate.
Yeah, inside strikes have been called so far on this sequence for Wakefield. Torrin O'Haron challenged that again.
Pitch is called strike 3. That's the second strikeout, actually the third strikeout in the afternoon for Wakefield, and none bigger than that. Now Barreras will step in, who's been a pest throughout this weekend.
Yeah, right there at the knees, and Wakefield says, gosh.
So Barreras is 3 for 3. 2 consecutive singles. And ground ball. Becerra with the dive. Throw to second. 1 over the first. Double play. So Timo with the dive, the flip. from that tie to first with a double play, and Stanford will get out of the inning with only 1 run scored as we head to the bottom of the 7th. We're going to stretch. Stanford 13, Grand Canyons 10. What a play by Becerra to get out of that bases-loaded jam. Stanford maintains their lead 13-10 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Three, 4, and 5, Marsh, Natai, and Sasaki. Marsh, first pitch swinging, fouls it off over the screen.
Yeah, and that's, as of right now, potentially very much a game-saving play by Becerra.
And that is lifted, fisted, just over the head of Barreras. That'll be a base hit. I'm sure he's looking at that saying, I wish I could have had that on my end.
The freshman who has been impressive, performed very well in preseason practices. David Esker, I remember him telling me back in February, he made it very, very hard for us not to play him. And by and large, Marsh has rewarded the coaches all season long.
He mentioned the 5th, 6th, and 7th inning consecutive base hits after starting off with a base hit as well. Sandwiched in between, it was a line out to short. So he's been on the ball all afternoon long. Natai, home run in the 5th inning. And that one's lifted down the left field line, giving chase. And that will be caught by Diaz. Nice running catch. And that will be the first out of the inning.
And Diaz had a long way to go to get there. I didn't think that ball was going to land in a spot where anyone had a chance at it. But Diaz didn't give up on it. And gets the first out of the inning.
Sasaki will step in. Currently 2 for 3. He's hit the ball well in the last 2 games. 5 hits in his last 2 games. 3 yesterday, 2 this afternoon. Home run as well. Came yesterday. Takes the first pitch down. Ball 1. Throw over to first. Keep an eye on Marsh.
Final home game here at Sunken Diamond this year. No postseason. And look, if you've been here for a postseason game in the NCAA tournament here at Sunken Diamond, a few better places to be.
Ball was drilled foul to the bullpen.
Sasaki was just a touch early on that one. But this place has been the home of so many fantastic teams, so many NCAA tournaments, especially over the last 30 years when they finally put lights in this place. It's been a bit of a staple. Back-to-back seasons that Stanford, in all likelihood, will miss the NCAA tournament. As the only ticket for Stanford to get into the postseason this year is if they win the ACC tournament. And that'll be a tall ask. It's not impossible, but we'll see what happens when the Cardinal get going in Durham after this upcoming weekend when they take on NC State for 3 to round out the regular season in Raleigh.
And as you mentioned, they're not coming back, so they're going to stay. I believe Raleigh head over to Durham and participate in their first ever ACC tournament.
I got to tell David Esker about City Barbecue while he was while the squad's there. They'll take good care of you.
Lifted foul. That will be out of play. Bottom of the 7th inning. Stanford with 10 runs in innings 5-6. Took the first lead, the 6th inning with a 6 spot.
So City Barbecue in Raleigh, Elmo's Breakfast in Durham. That's what they can do.
That will be ball 4.
And a couple of very, very good takes by Sasaki on his last couple of plate appearances. He coaxes walks in the 6th and now on the 7th. And on both of the eventual ball 4s, they were kind of relatively close and kind of within his wheelhouse, so to speak. But Sasaki showing patience and ending up rewarded with a free base on balls.
So this is really interesting at bat. Will Becerra be asked to drop a bunt or move the runners up 90 feet? And you mentioned earlier, may have the play of the series for Stanford with the dive behind the bag just to the left of the bag. The nice flip to Natai, and Natai was able to deliver a strike to first to get out of that bases loaded, 1 out, double play to limit the damage, just 1 run. But it looks as though Becerra will be swinging away. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out, runners is first and second. Stanford with a 3-1 lead in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Last game of the season, as Troy indicated, senior day. Stanford would love to get a victory here. Get on the winning side before heading on the road. Just outside. I'm sure there's some folks in the WAC is looking at this game as well. The outcome in regards to Grand Canyon. Pitch is lifted down the left field line. That will one-hop the wall. That will score Marsh. And Sasaki will head to third. And Becerra with a double. So Becerra continues on with his 3rd hit on the afternoon.
And his 2nd to drive in a run. Becerra just cranking it left field. No way that Diaz was going to be able to get there. And Stanford still pushing the pedal to the metal, doing something that by and large they have not been able to do in this series, to score in the latter portion, the latter third of games.
Brett Blair now, he'll have a chance to get his first RBI on the season. We've seen Sapien was able to come through with a key hit as well. Maybe Blair is the next man up. And late on that pitch, fouls it down the right field line. Ball on the strike.
Well, so how about this? An eventful day for all the seniors that have had a chance to play so far. Timo Becerra has driven in 3. Trevor Haskins, a 2-run home run. Charlie Som got a base hit in the 3rd. Ty Huber got the start. Unfortunately, didn't go very well for him. And Brett Blair has already walked so far today. Jake Sapien with an RBI single in the 6th. The only senior that we have not seen so far today that was recognized as part of the pregame ceremonies has been Saborn Campbell.
Stanford with a 4-run lead, 14-10, was able to get that run back. So at minimum, they would be even with the inning, not losing the inning. So they'll love to get another run or 2 to tack on, because we know Grand Canyon is going to continue their effort.
Well, Eddie Pelk is the first batter due up for the Lopes in the 8th inning, so don't go anywhere.
Pitches in off the plate, backhanded by Sexton. Actually, Huff now is catching. So Huff, who came in and pitch hit for Sexton, took over behind the plate. Pitch is chopped, short, throw to the plate, and he will be out at the plate. Rivera did a great job. Infield was halfway in one motion was able to corral it and throw to the plate. You can see a high chopper. Nice play by the shortstop, and he is out at the plate.
Yeah,
Tag is in plenty of time.
Yeah, and well handled by Huff there as well. Obviously, in this day and age, you can't stand in the base path completely, but not really giving it to Sasaki either. And just kind of being a presence there and able to make the tag. Well handled.
Sapien, a step up, who had a base hit. An RBI single in the sixth. Sarah did a great job of that. That's more of a difficult play than it looks. It looked really routine. Foul back to the screen. 0-2. Sapien like to deliver here to get that other run home. 2-out base hit would be huge.
It's not like back in the old days where the catcher can just stand directly in the base path, in the baseline. I'm not sure if he wants Sasaki bowling into you, so it's probably a good thing.
Swung on and fouled at the plate. It was off of Huff's shoulder. The umpire recognizes he'll walk out and hand the ball to the starting pitcher to give the catcher a chance to kind of regroup. He's going to wipe off the plate as well. That's the little things in baseball that the umpire does to protect the catcher. Gives them time. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's the little things.
Yeah, it's the details.
One ball, 2 strikes. Runner at second. Becerra. Becerra's had a great all-around game, offensively and defensively. Probably the play of the game. Stanford able to hang on to the victory. One hopper behind the bag dove, left his feet. Nice toss to Natai. And Natai delivered it, closed the deal with a strike to first to get out of the inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 runners on. 14-17-0, 10-15-2, and that second error is huge in this game so far. Pitch is called strike 3, and that will be the 3rd time Sapien has struck out looking, but Stanford was able to plate another run. As we head to the top of the 8th inning, you're watching ACC Network Extra, and Troy Clarity will take you the remainder of the way. We'll be back. The innings 8 and 9.
Great to have you with us here on ESPN Plus and ACC Network Extra. Series finale between Stanford and Grand Canyon. Cardinal down 8-0 early, ahead 14-10 late as we begin the 8th inning. Great to have you with us. I'm Troy Clarity, Dr. Joaquin Wallace alongside. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Cardinal. He is Parker Warner, a freshman from Livermore, California. His first assignment is to find a way to retire Eddie Pelk, which has not been easy. First pitch from Warner is a fastball right down the middle for a called strike 1. Pelk, 2-run homer in the first, 3-run double in the second, singled but was thrown out 9-4-6 in the 6th. But Pelk, a triple shy of the cycle for today. And if he gets it, that would be the first cycle for Grand Canyon since May 6, 1996. Keith Wilson hit for the cycle for the Lopes at Wyoming. So 1-1. Warner deals low and outside. Warner making his 8th appearance, has 5 starts this year. 0-1 record and 8.44 ERA, 10 2/3, 9 strikeouts, 4 walks for the youngster. Opposite field fouled off. Count goes to 2-2 on Eddie Pelk. Parker Warner was the Bay Area News Group Player of the Year for last year. Got the start on Tuesday against Santa Clara. And gave up a couple runs, both earned, in 2 innings of work against the Broncos. Fouled back again. Count stays at 2-2. Warner, during his high school days at Granada High School in Livermore, home of the Little League Intermediate World Series, which is a great event, dropped down a walk-off bunt to beat De La Salle High School his senior year. That's a big deal here in the Bay Area if you beat De La Salle. Count full now to Pelk. David Esker likes how Warner competes. And even though we've only seen Parker on the mound so far this year, Eske notes that Parker can fall out of bed and hit. I just fall out of bed.
You can't fall out of bed and hit.
No. Ball 4. The leadoff walk as Pelk is aboard once again. Zach York, an RBI single in the second. York, an impact freshman season 2 years ago, drove in 61 runs and reached in 36 straight games. He's at the plate now facing Warner, the 5th different pitcher for Stanford this afternoon. Fouled off opposite field.
Well, Troy, you mentioned it earlier. Although Stanford has the lead, the pressure shifts to their bullpen, because that's what has been the Achilles heel this season for the Cardinal.
Fly ball to center, backing up a few steps is Hot, and makes the catch in the sun. Warner, the 5th pitcher for Stanford today. Huber got the start, lasted just an inning and 2/3, gave up 7 runs, all of them earned. Austin Steves, an inning and a third, charged with 1 run, it was earned. Liam Golden, 3+. 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 3 strikeouts, no walks. He actually is in line to get the win right now. Torrin O'Haron with an inning pitched. And now it's Parker Warner facing Michael Diaz. Fires the ball down low for ball 1. All action in the WAC has been completed. They're certainly doing a lot of standings watching in Phoenix right now for Grand Canyon baseball. Throw back over to first to keep Pelk in. Sac State did beat Utah Valley 9-2 was that final. So the Hornets remain in first place, a game ahead of Grand Canyon in the WAC. Rolling down the first base line, Warner handles it himself. 2 away.
Nice athletic play by Warner. Sasaki came in and kind of went back expecting the toss, but Warner showed his athleticism. You take a look right here, got off the mound and was able to beat Diaz to the bag.
Yeah, and knew that it would have been a difficult shovel to first, as his momentum was carrying beyond the first base line. So Warner figuring out and diagnosing on the fly. Probably better if I try to handle this myself than he did. Cannon Peary with a solo home run in his last plate appearance. That was back in the 7th. Peary's lone base hit of the day. With a runner at second in Pelk. Strike 1. So Grand Canyon in second, but they're not alone. Abilene Christian winners over Tarleton State today. So both Grand Canyon and Abilene Christian are 13-8. Utah Valley is 13-11, technically in 4th place right now. With Cal Baptist at 11-10, UT Arlington at 10-11, Tarleton State at 9-12. And holding up the rear in the WAC, Utah Tech 7-14, Seattle U 6-15. But not much separation between really certainly the top 6 teams, if you want to throw Tarleton State in there, 7 in the 9-team WAC league in baseball. It's sharply through the hole for a base hit. Pelk on the move. And in with Grand Canyon's 11th run of the game. 14-11, Stanford's lead cut to 3.
Well, one thing you do know is that Grand Canyon is going to continue to march on. Now they have the tying run in the on-deck circle.
And with Nadi playing basically behind the second base bag, there was no way in the world he was going to be able to get that one. Terrific hitting by Perry. Eli Payton looks at strike one. Payton singled back in the 7th. Had the crucial two-base throwing error that tied the game. Part of a wacky 6-run 6th inning. Off speed, Warner gets it to go over, 0-2. Payton's uncle George, by the way, is currently the general manager of the Denver Broncos. How about that? General managers for football have made headlines on this campus, too. No balls and 2 strikes. Fly ball to center. Hot, ranging to his left, now coming up a few steps. He makes the catch on the run and retires the side. Lopes do add 1, but they're still down by 3. Bottom of the 8th, Stanford 14, Grand Canyon 11, as we continue from Sunken Diamond in just a moment. A new pitcher for Grand Canyon as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning, and Stanford leading the Lopes 14-11. It's Jay Smith who got the win on Friday night in the series opener. Smith, a junior from Peoria, Arizona, making his 13th appearance of the year, a 1-0 record, an ERA of 7.9. Ethan Hott has lived up to his name today. Solo home run in the 3rd that, innocently enough, it seemed at the time, was Stanford's first run of the game and made it 8-1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Cardinal able to storm all the way back eventually and take a lead that they're trying to hold on to now.
Yeah, that seems so long ago, felt like 2 games ago.
Well, this game has gone 3 hours and 20 minutes now, so there is that. The 1-1. Now back to the screen, 1-2. Hott also walked with the bases loaded and scored in the 5th. And also had an RBI double as you look at the home run by Hott. And at that point, you're saying to yourself, okay, Stanford's on the board. It's 8-1. They've got a long way to go. But they got there. The 1-2. Off the fist, into right field. And a couple steps in from Wakefield, 1 away.
Yeah, they got there. They climbed the mountain in a big way. It appeared that it was going to be all Grand Canyon for the sweep. Stanford was able to get themselves off the deck, as you mentioned earlier. That home run, innocent, in the 3rd inning, was the start of something big.
Back to the top of the order we go. It's Trevor Haskins, who hit a 2-run shot in the 6th inning after Jay Smith uncorks a wild one. Smith got the win on Friday through a scoreless bottom of the 9th, or bottom of the 8th, I should say, and struck out 1. Walter Quinn nailed down the save on Friday. We've seen Quinn in the first 2 games of this series. I don't think we'll see him here today, as Quinn got the save on Friday. It was not a save situation yesterday, as the Lopes were ahead by 4 when he came into the game in the 9th after the big comeback for Grand Canyon yesterday. 1 ball and 1 strike to Haskins outside. Jay Smith did not play last year due to injury. One of a handful of young men from Mountain Ridge High School. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 2-2 on Trevor Haskins. This could be Haskins' final plate appearance here in this stadium. Of course, who can forget the walk-off RBI single to beat Texas State in the NCAA regional final as he sends this one to center. And that's out number 2. Haskins, what a career. And it's been some ups and downs for him. He missed much of the 2023 season with mono. Came back, played well last year, and has been Stanford's best and most consistent bat this year. A man from San Jose, California. Luke Lavin shows bunt. Lavin singled and scored in the 5th. Came on and replaced Charlie Som. Inside, but that skipped off of Cade Huff's glove. Huff the catcher. 1 ball and 1 strike. Grand Canyon at Arizona State on Tuesday, at Tarleton State next week. They finished with 7 on the road. Wraps it to second. The throw to first in time for the out. 3 up and 3 down, and it comes down to the top of the 9th. Stanford leading Grand Canyon 14-11. Can the Card hang on to it? We'll find out together. Top of the 9th in just a moment on ACC Network Extra and ESPN+. Stanford trying to close out a win in the series finale. A series that is already in hand for Grand Canyon as they took Friday and Saturday. Stanford hoping to close things out with a comeback win here against the Lopes. Comes down to the top of the 9th, and it comes down to the latest pitcher for Stanford, the 6th for the Cardinal today. A familiar face, his name is Aiden Keenan, the sophomore from Morgan Hill. Just down the 101 from us here on the farm. Keenan, about to make his 22nd appearance of the year, does have 5 saves this season, a 1-3 record, and a 4.88 ERA. 41 strikeouts versus 11 walks, was lights out early in the season, and has been a bit hit or miss at some points in the last couple of months or so, and took one on the chin as he could not close it out for Stanford on Friday as the Cardinal took a 4-3, checked out a 3-2 lead into the top of the 9th inning. Had the Lopes down to their final out, but Keenan could not find a way to solve Emilio Barreras with a 2-run double to give the Lopes the lead and the eventual win. The 8-9-1 batters are due up for Grand Canyon. It begins for Billy Scaldaferri. Scaldaferri hit a big home run yesterday. He's knocked in a couple of singles so far here today. 1 ball and no strikes. Billy Scaldaferri, Bishop Gorman High School down in Las Vegas. Keenan committed to Cal initially, but flipped to Stanford along the way. He also turned down the Major League Baseball draft. Some folks had him going in the top 3 rounds potentially last year. Scaldaferri ahead in the count 3-0.
Stanford with a 3-run lead. Total of 23 hits. Actually 33 hits between the two teams.
Scaldaferri walks on 4 pitches.
That is not the ideal way of starting off the inning.
Nope. Well, it is if you're Grand Canyon.
Absolutely.
It's about perspective, right?
And framing, right? Framing and perspective. Absolutely.
Cade Huff walked in his lone plate appearance in the 7th. Came on as a defensive replacement. He looks at strike 1 here. Keenan against North Carolina on March 9th, 2 2/3 scoreless. struck out 5 along the way. At the bottom of the order now for Grand Canyon. Cranked down the first base line, but foul. Jeanette Morganti, the director of baseball operations, fielding it cleanly. One of the best in the biz. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Starts outside, stays outside, 2-2. So many folks inside the Stanford program work super hard to make sure that these student athletes do what they need to do both on and off the field. Fantastic support staff. Huff in front of it. Of course, the coaches, David Esker, the Clark and Elizabeth Nelson director of baseball, Thomas Eager, the Kathy Wolf assistant coach, Steve Rodriguez, Andre Mercurio, host of others in the program. Tyler Guy Vett, the Stanford Baseball Sports Information Director, also one of the best in the biz. Count goes full to Huff. Thought it was a nice touch during Senior Day festivities before the game today that the 2 seniors who were doing Stanford Student Radio got some recognition. Thought that was a nice touch. Payoff pitch. Inside. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks here to begin the 9th. And the tying run's about to come to the plate.
This is what we talked about. No outs. And back to the top of the order. And this is the part of the order for Grand Canyon. This is where they do all of their damage. If you take a look at it, between their first 3 hitters, they are 8 for 13.
Meanwhile, Thomas Eager coming out to the mound. Austin Matranga, by the way, is now the pinch runner at first. As Cody Huff has done his job and found a way to get on base. No official action in the Stanford bullpen right now. A couple guys maybe getting just a little bit loose and limbered up. As you look at Matranga, the sophomore from Surprise, Arizona. I always thought that was a nice name for a town. Surprise.
Yeah, Surprise. Yeah, that is Surprise.
Well, this game's been a surprise.
This has
Full
been
of
indeed a surprise.
a mother of a comeback for the Cardinal. But the work not done yet.
Absolutely. You're looking at their, speaking of Grand Canyon, they're 1 swing away from leveling this game.
Feast or famine for Josh Wakefield so far today. He struck out 3 times and singled twice. An RBI single in the 2nd. Nothing in 2.
So if you're Grand Canyon, you would hope that you can get to York. If you're Stanford, you hope you don't have to face York. So it goes back to your perspective. How you going to frame it?
No chance for Lavin to frame that pitch, I guess, of sorts, as that pitch was well outside from the jump. Sixth time through the order for Grand Canyon. Off the fist, over Becerra's head for a base hit. And everyone holds up after moving 90 feet. Scaldaferri at third. Matranga at second. And Wakefield with his 3rd single of the day.
And here we go. Bases are loaded. Nobody's out.
And it's Keenan's show right now. No one warming up in the Stanford bullpen on the mound. Here's Emilio Barreras, who got the better of Keenan on Friday. The 2-run double that put the Lopes ahead to stay. Today, Barreras with 3 singles and was hit by a pitch, but grounded into a crucial 6-4-3 double play to end the 7th. The 0-1.
And that play was just a Herculean effort by Becerra because that was target for center field.
Yeah, diving stop and then the glove shovel to second, then throw over to first. That saved the game for Stanford to this point. Curve misses low, 2-1. Barreras at the plate. Keenan deals inside and it hits Barreras on the shoulder. That brings a run in. Barreras is up and okay after pounding the ground in frustration. But 1 run's across. It's a 2-run game.
And that's the second time that he's been hit this afternoon. So now the tying run is at second base and still no outs. And you have Eddie Pelk coming to the plate, who has been a one-man wrecking crew.
He's driven in 5 so far today. Homered in the first, doubled in the second. Also singled in the 6th. As Keenan tries to settle down a bit, figure some things out. Training staff for Grand Canyon out to first again to take another look at Barreras, who wore that one off of his shoulder. Emilo's going to be a little bit sore on the plane ride back to Phoenix as he took one off the ankle in the 2nd inning. Didn't stop him from flying around from first and scoring on the 3-run triple by Pelk in that 2nd inning. And now he's getting looked at after taking one off the upper body here in the 9th.
Well, again, we're at a point in the game where Stanford has control of the game, but Grand Canyon continues their effort, and that will be it.
Yeah, they're going to lift Barreras here. Or at least it appears he's going to head back to the dugout.
Yeah, it looks as though they get a pinch runner coming in.
Yep, there he is.
I mean, it takes a lot to get him out of the game.
You see Troy Sanders coming into pinch run.
Well, this is a situation here where they're going to try to win it right here.
Why not?
They don't anticipate needing Barreras at the plate no more this afternoon. A roll of dice.
Sanders, a sophomore from Tucson, went 0 for 2 on Friday, did not appear in yesterday's game. Eddie Pelk at the plate. First pitch is high for ball 1. Matranga pinch running at third. Wakefield at second. He's at the bottom of your screen. And Sanders at first, pinch running for Barreras. Curve goes over, called strike 1. Pelk at the plate. Fly ball, left field. Marsh ranging over and makes the catch at the fence. Meanwhile, Matranga comes across and scores. 1 out, but another one in, and a run-1 game.
So Pelk did his job to get the run home. I recall starting the inning saying that Stanford did not want to face York. And Grand Canyons wanted to see York come to the plate. So Grand Canyons got their wish.
Fastball outside for ball 1 to York, who had an RBI single in the second. He is 1 for 5 overall. York entered this series on a 9-game hit streak. Had that snapped on Friday. Had been hitting .421 over that span. Solo home run yesterday. One that I'm not really sure ever really landed. The 2-0 from Keenan. Off the fist, popped up. Lavin trying to find it and runs out of room as it lands in front of him. Second time that Lavin has found himself in that situation. It's a ball that just landed on the field side of the netting. This ball is just out of his range. It's a long way to go, and you have to diagnose relatively quickly whether you can get there. So there's a lot happening on that situation. The 2-1. High strike called. The 2-2.
York tried to punch it right into that gap. Vacated shortstop. Get that run across. As you can see, the outfield is playing deep, in particular left field and right. See Blair literally on the warning track.
Keenan just misses outside. Count full. Wakefield at first, Sanders, check that, Wakefield at second, Sanders at first. The 3-2 pitch, hit high and deep to right. Blair is back at the track and he makes the catch there. 2 away. Wakefield tagging up and heading into third.
And York thought he had one there. As he got the first, he looked at the first base coach saying, "Are you kidding me?"
Boy, the entire game just flashed in front of everybody's faces. York with a York-like swing.
And he thought he had it. You can take a look at that trot around the bases.
Grand Canyon came just that close, taking the lead. Tying run is still 90 feet away, and Michael Diaz coming to the plate. Walked in the second, infield single in the fourth. Throw to second just in case Wakefield didn't do everything that he needed to do to tag up legally. Lopes down to their last out. Runners at the corners. Fastball inside. Diaz, the former Santa Clara Bronco. Played 2 seasons there before going to South Mountain CC in the Phoenix area. Now he's at GCU. The 1-0. Now 1-1. The 1-1 pitch with a runner heading to second, and that's fouled off. GCU down to its final strike. One ball and 2 strikes. The appeal to third base umpire Ryan Bleiberg. And Diaz held up. Sanders does take second, uncontested. And that hits him. The saga continues. Diaz takes first and loads him up. Second hit batter for Keenan in this appearance.
Well, now you have right on right. between Peary and Aiden.
Peary's driven in a couple. RBI single in the 8th, solo home run in the 7th. Bases are loaded. Tying run 90 feet away. Goes over, called strike 1. Wakefield at third, Sanders at second, Diaz at first. Cardinal trying for its 11th comeback win of the year. They were down 8-0 heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Fouled off, 1-2. Bases loaded, 2 out. Tying run at third. The pitch. Fly ball to right. Blair with a long way to go. And he dives and can't make it, but the ball lands foul.
So Blair initially went back and then tried to come in and catch the baseball. You can take a look at it here. He started back first, then angled to the baseball. Now they're going to have a discussion to see if that ball hit the line.
I think it's clear that it landed on the foul side of things, but it doesn't hurt to take another look. We're taking another look too, and that's actually a bit closer than I thought it might be.
Let's take a look at that again, because if it touches that line, I believe you'll have to give him a double at minimum and then score 2. So this will be huge. Grand Canyon so far 2 for 2 in their challenges. Could it be 3 for 3?
Showing it to you again with the zoom. And looks like that ball actually hits the line. Running it back.
It looks like it may have got the line. It has to be, you have to be able to overturn that. They're going to need help with this one. That might hit the line, Troy. And if it does, they will be 3 for 3 in challenges.
Is what we're showing you enough to overturn
that
the
picture,
call on the
that
field?
picture right there, it looks like it would have hit the line. But in the old days, they have the dust, and it will pop up, the chalk.
A lot on the line here, literally. Grand Canyon has pushed 2 across so far in the top of the 9th.
I don't know if they're going to be able to turn this over. It has to be obvious, and those replays is not obvious. They need another angle.
And again, they have more, the umpires have more angles at their disposal than we can see, than we can show you. Call made. And Greg Wallace, who was the third base coach as well as the head coach, is getting the initial word. And they're going to stick with the call on the field.
Yeah, it would have to have been obvious. And those shots were not obvious. But again, the right fielder started back first, and that's basically inexperience, haven't played a lot in the field, and then angled.
Well, here we go again. Bases loaded. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch. Just high.
Let's see where this pitch missed. It was high. Lavin tried to frame it, came off his knee.
Lash to left. That drops for a base hit. This game is tied, and now the Lopes are in the lead. The 2-run single by Cannon Peary, and Grand Canyon is back on top, 15-14.
Oh, you are?
And that will be it as well. This has just been a frustrating afternoon for the Cardinal. They have not been able to put this team away, but it shows you the resilience of the Lopes as they find themselves ahead 15-14 with 4 in the top of the 9th inning. Who would have thunk it?
Well, for the second time this weekend, the Antelopes get the better of Aiden Keenan in the 9th inning. GCU isn't done yet, as it's 15-14 with 2 outs, top of the 9th inning. New pitcher coming in for Stanford. His information coming up in just a moment on ACC Network Extra and ESPN+. Well, it's been an entertaining game certainly here on this series finale and home season finale for the Cardinal. As both teams have gone back and forth, and right now, after plating 4 in the top of the 9th, Grand Canyon leads Stanford 15-14. Here's Cohen Gomez, the freshman from Anaheim Hills, California, on the mound to try to get the final out of this 9th inning. Gomez on the season making his 6th appearance. ERA of 15.19 and 5 1/3 innings worth of work, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. Opposing batters hitting .423 against the youngster, making his first appearance since Tuesday when he threw a scoreless inning at Santa Clara. Those were the base paths. Cannon Peary delivering the 2-run single to put the Lopes on top. He is at first, Michael Diaz at second, and Eli Payton at the plate. And wraps this one into the Stanford bullpen for a quick strike 1. Payton singled in the 7th. The only base hit for him this weekend after coming in hot. Had an 8-game hit streak coming into this one. Gomez drops down the curve. 1-1. Cohen Gomez, Division Player of the Year as a high school senior. League MVP as a junior during his days at Canyon High School and Anaheim Hills. Inside, 2-1.
Grand Canyon's is potentially will hit around for the second time in this game.
Stanford's done it twice too. Bouncer foul. Sasaki tags the bag, and the side is retired. But not before Grand Canyon, down by 3 heading into the 9th, take a 15-14 lead into the bottom of the 9th. Marsh, Nedai, Sasaki due up for the Cardinal in just a moment on ACC Network Extra. In a wild game full of twists and turns, we head to the bottom of the 9th inning, a place that we didn't quite think we'd be headed to about 20 minutes ago, but after Grand Canyon put 4 across in the top half of the 9th, it comes down to this for Stanford. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Lopes, it's Gray Bailey, the senior lefty from Peoria, Arizona. About to make his 6th appearance of the year, a 2-0 record and a 4.22 ERA. Transfer, played last year at Utah Valley, played a couple years before that at UT Arlington. And just like on February, Jay Smith comes in, throws an inning, and now he's in line to get a win after top of the 9th inning heroics by his teammates. Won't be easy though for Bailey, as he's got to figure out a way to get past the 3, 4, 5 batters for the Cardinal, but he deals a first pitch strike right down the middle to Tatum Marsh, who was 4 for 5 today.
As I mentioned earlier, the saving grace of this is that the lineup is positioned perfectly. 3, 4, and 5 hitters, and they're more than capable of tacking on 2 runs. More than capable.
A couple defensive changes for Grand Canyon. Luke Muller is in at catcher, and he needs his communication device tended to. So Muller comes in as a defensive replacement after Cade Huff was lifted for a pinch runner, and Troy Sanders stays in as he replaces Emilio Barreras at short. (15-14). Grand Canyon came back to win the first 2, hoping that history repeats itself once again here this afternoon. Stanford with one last chance to try to flip the script here in the bottom of the 9th. Stanford with 10 comeback wins already this season. They are actually down at Cal State Fullerton back on February 17th. They were down 7-3 in that one in the 9th inning. Came back to win that one 9-7 in extras. Marsh actually drove in the insurance run in the top of the 10th inning that day for the Cardinal. Muller has replaced his earpiece. Puts the helmet back on. Eventually. And now Muller's ready to return to the field of play. Closing in on the 4-hour mark of this game. I'm not sure what time Grand Canyon's flight back to Phoenix is. No balls and 1 strike to Marsh. 0 outside. One ball, 1 strike. Did that hit him? It did. Clipped him on the ankle. And Tatum Marsh has now been hit by 16 pitches this year. Actually got his back foot, his back toe.
Well, I'm sure they got a late flight because I've seen it happen before when they're pushing up on their flight. They'll just say, hey, listen, it's over. We got to get out of here. Yeah. So I would suspicion they have a later flight.
Well, and Phoenix is relatively easy to get to from the Bay Area. It's not like they got to go back to Pullman or something like that. Jimmy Nadai hit a 2-run home run in the 5th inning. He has gone deep 3 times this weekend. Twice yesterday. And 1 just for today. To this point, anyway. Fastball inside, 2-0. Nanai led Stanford with 22 doubles last year. In front of that one, 2-1.
Yeah, he had other ideas of trying to end the game on that swing. There's that home run we talked about earlier. A no-doubter. Third home run of the weekend. 2 yesterday in his first 2 at-bats. Third one this afternoon.
The 2-1 to Nadai. Number down the third base line, and Payton has no play. Tying run at second, winning run at first, and Rintaro Sasaki coming to the plate.
When you're living right, Those look like line drives in the book. So now, Sasaki has a chance at minimum to either get one RBI or move both runners into scoring position. I'm sure he will be swinging away left on left. If I'm Sasaki, I'm trying to stay inside the baseball and use the entire field because he has an opportunity with the vacated shortstop for an easy base hit.
Sasaki with 2 base hits today. Swings, fouls it off, 0-1.
It's a great pitch by Bailey, starting him off with the slider. You can see his shoulder just opened up.
Sasaki, a multi-hit game. Maruchi Hito.
It's important for him to stay inside the baseball. Think left side.
1-1. Marsh at second. He's the tying run. As the breeze picks up, blows some dirt around a little bit. Time called by David Esker.
And I'm sure that's Coach Esker is reminding him, saying, hey, listen, take a look at you see him looking out at the outfield. It's interesting. He's saying, take a look at the infield. You have an opportunity, just punch one right through that hole at shortstop. It's interesting. They're looking right out in that area. So make sure you stay inside the baseball. Think left side. Keep your hands inside. Don't try to pull it. And let's get that run across, or at minimum, load the bases with a base hit. I'm sure that's what Coach Esker was explaining, because as I was mentioning that, we're looking out at the shortstop area.
2-1. Sasaki has walked twice today to go along with his 2 base hits. Mighty swing and a miss, 2-2. Just a little bit of contact. Foul tip.
And that pitch was outside the zone. It was up. The lefties normally like the ball down and drop the head of the bat.
Hit on the infield. Coming in and making the grab, Sanders. 1 gone.
You can take a look at that. If we had a chance, look at that replay. You can see he opened up his right shoulder. Left on left. Let's take a look right here. See, he's going to open up his right shoulder. Right there. You see how he opened up there? So did not have balance through the zone. Now it's up to Becerra, who has a chance to tie the game.
Becerra's already driven in 3 runs today on this, his senior day. Takes this one on the outside corner for strike 1. 2-run single in the 3rd for Timo. Walked in the 5th, reached on an error and scored in the 6th, and an RBI double in the 7th. And this one's popped up as well. Scaldaferri calling everyone off. Stanford down to its last out.
So 2 consecutive pop-ups in the infield. Both of them off of sliders. So
Brett Blair, the senior, stepping to the plate.
So what an opportunity for Blair to get his first RBI of the season.
That one just misses outside for ball 1. Tatum Marsh, bottom left of your screen at second, was hit by a pitch on his back toe. Giannetti, an infield single at first. Lasered, but well foul. 1-1.
Your slider in. Blair was on top of it, got out ahead early, was not able to keep his hands inside the ball to steer it down the left field line. The last two who have popped up has been on that slider down in the zone. That one's more up.
Bounces foul. Cardinal down to their final strike.
So if I'm Blair in this situation here, I'm choking up. And I'm thinking middle of the field. Just think middle of the field.
One ball and 2 strikes. Gray Bailey on the mound. The pitch. 2-2.
A hard ground ball. Force Grand Canyon to make a play. Sanders just entering the game.
The 2-2. And now the count full.
So the runners will be off with the pitch. Maybe you get one in the gap, score the runner from first. That tie.
Payoff pitch on the way. Just fouled.
It's that hard slider again down in the zone. Swung over the top. Here it is there.
It's pretty wicked stuff.
Just got a piece of it. And that seems to be his go-to pitch. If you can throw it on 3-2, I'm sure he'll come back with it again.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The spin and the pump.
He does have a base open here, so he does not have to give in.
The pitch. Hit on the ground and into right field for a base hit. Coming around Marsh. He scores. Neti hold up at third. And we are tied.
So as I said, it choke up on the bat. Think right side, up the middle, and he did that. Let the ball travel inside, kept his hands inside the baseball, and was able to deliver his first RBI of the season for the senior. What a big moment.
Brett Blair is pumped. One senior ties it. Can another senior deliver the win? It's Jake Sapien at the plate. Sapien an RBI single in the 6th. Popped up, trying to find it. Bailey makes the catch just in fair territory and is able to hang on to it right around waist high. So with that, we go to extra innings. You knew there was no other way that this was going to go, right? But off we go to the 10th inning. Grand Canyon 15, Stanford 15. We continue on ACC Network Extra and ESPN+. Now, do not adjust your set. Yes, that is the score as we head to extra innings. Grand Canyon and Stanford tied at 15 apiece. What a wild, wild game this has been. Lopes led 8-0 heading into the bottom of the 3rd inning. Stanford answered with big runs of its own, big innings of its own. 3 in the 3rd, 4 in the 5th, and 6 in the 6th. That at that point gave Stanford a 13-9 lead. But it's been back and forth since then. Stanford was actually up 14-10. And then Grand Canyon answered with 1 in the 8th, and then 4 to take the lead in the top of the 9th. But Stanford able to answer with the game-tying RBI single by senior Brett Blair to send us here 2 extras. Billy Scaldaferri is the batter now, as Cohen Gomez still on the mound for the Cardinal. Gomez came in after Aiden Keenan couldn't keep the Lopes off the board. Scaldaferri singled and scored back in the second. It's a nice curve from Gomez as he drops it down, called strike 2. Scaldaferri also an infield single in the 7th, walked and scored in the 9th. This game has been bonkers. Both teams have batted around twice, respectively, in this game. A 1-2. Swing and a miss. And the throw to first for the putout. Here's Luke Muller on for his first plate appearance. Muller batting .238, no home runs and 1 RBI. Muller in the 9 spot, waves at the high fastball from Gomez. Third different catcher for Grand Canyon in this game. No balls and 1 strike. That fastball just low, 1-1. Brody Sexton got the start for the Lopes. It was lifted for Cade Huff in the 7th. And now here's Luke Muller. 2-1.
Well, Troy, it was inevitable that we were going to have extra innings because when we get together and do a Grand Canyon game, ultimately we will have extra frames.
The 2-1 pitch from Gomez, skied high on the infield. Who's going to get there? And Haskins and Gomez bump into each other, and the ball falls harmlessly on the ground. 3 red shirts converge. None of them make the catch.
Well, you can see here the pitcher probably should have most likely vacated the area as Haskins came in and they ran into one another.
We've seen it on more than a few occasions. Communication when the ball's in the air between fielders has been problematic at times for Stanford, not just this weekend, but at other times throughout the year as Josh Wakefield looks at the first pitch strike.
So Moeller has a line drive in the book. All but 15 feet from the plate.
It's officially called E1, swing and a miss. Gomez with some nasty stuff there.
I was waiting, I'm looking up. I had it as an error, but I'm looking at the scoreboard and they haven't indicated anything.
Stat monitor says error.
That's what I thought.
That pitch high to Josh Wakefield, who is either singled or struck out today. Overall, he's 3 for 6. The 1-2 pitch. Just in front of it. As this game is now 4 hours and 21 minutes old. I'm very glad now that Mom and I decided to do something yesterday before the game instead of after today's game. The 1-2. Count remains 1-2 after Wakefield takes that back to the screen. In case you missed those well wishes on a few other earlier occasions in the game, happy Mother's Day out there to all. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball, actually, nope, took something off at a curveball. That'll be blocked in the dirt. 2-2. Gomez made his first career appearance against Xavier on March 2nd and threw 2 shutout innings, struck out a couple Musketeers. Got him looking on the outside corner. Strike 3. Fourth time that Wakefield has struck out today.
As you mentioned, it's either feast or famine. When I was playing, they would call that the golden sombrero.
Yep. Well, at this rate, he might be in line to get the Olympic rings. Well, Olympic rings is 0 for 5, but Wakefield has not done that. But I think you get what I'm saying here. Troy Sanders, his first plate appearance of the day after Emilio Barreras was lifted after being hit by a pitch in the 9th inning.
And I mentioned earlier that Coach Wallace was probably thinking that we're going to get Barreras out, we'll win it. And lo and behold, Sanders now is at the plate and in the field. So you eliminated one of the best hitters on the day for Grand Canyon.
Sanders hitting .286, no home runs, and 17 RBI. He is a sophomore from Tucson. Had a 6-game hit streak entering the series, but went 0 for 2 on Friday. Smack to Haskins, off his glove. Base hit. That ball just dies in left field and allows Muller to take third.
And that's great base running by Muller. This kept coming around. As you mentioned, the ball just kind of died. Marsh came in, charging in. You can take a look here, right off the glove, and it kind of just died. But Muller just kept on his horse.
Yeah, great base running, but fortuitous physics as well. So the go-ahead run at third. Troy Sanders at first. And Eddie Pelk at the plate. That curve drops in for a called strike 1. Pelk, 2-run homer in the first, 3-run double in the second.
Well, why that is huge with Muller getting over to third, because it's 2 outs and he can score on a wild pitch.
Hit to center. Back is hot, retreating, and makes the catch in center for the out. Lopes get a man over to third, but he stays right there. Bottom of the 10th coming up in just a moment on ACC Network Extra and ESPN+. .30 combined runs, 39 combined base hits as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning. Series finale between Grand Canyon and Stanford has gone back and forth. Ethan Hott, solo home run in the third. RBI double in the sixth. Walked with the bases loaded in the fifth. With Gray Bailey still on the mound for the Lopes. A 1-0. Now 2-0 on Hott.
You know, interesting enough, I'm looking at the line score. The 4th inning is the only inning that no team has scored at least 1 run.
Yeah, if you're a pitching coach watching this game, probably getting a few more gray hairs as a result of this one. Hott ahead in the count, 3-0. And now it's 3-1.
Sure, Hott is taking again unless it's right there in the zone.
Fouled off. Stanford 3-1 in extra innings. Down low, ball 4. Winning run on base.
Well, in this situation here, I would suspicion that Trevor Haskins will not be putting the ball down on the ground. He is one of your better hitters. He will be swinging away.
Well, and how about this? The senior gets another chance. We thought that his fly out to center in the 8th might be his final at bat in this building, but nope. Here he is again. Haskins showing bunt. He pulls it down. And Bailey throws a bit high, but handled by Peary. So Haskins does his job, but he does drop down the bunt to move Hot, who is quite speedy, down to second.
So small ball by Coach Esker. Now Luke Levin has a chance here to get the win. Came in for Charlie Somm. Seemed like many moons ago.
Just tapped foul.
If you look at Lavin's day at the plate, twice hitting in the 5th. That's when Stanford hit around. The 6th and the 8th. So he has 4 at-bats after entering the game. Now that's an impressive day in terms of offense. You typically don't see that.
Swing and a miss on the off speed.
Lavin was out in front, pulled the front shoulder out. Now he has to think left field, stay inside the baseball, see if he can flip it over the head of the shortstop or down the left field line, get the dub.
Got him. This curveball just tailing away, gets Lavin out on strikes. And it comes down to Tatum Marsh. And this was just nasty stuff from Gray Bailey. Grand Canyon, by the way, 1-1 in extra innings so far this season. Most recently a win against Seattle U in 11 on March 29th. Here is Tatum Marsh. What a day it's been for him. 4 base hits, was hit by a pitch to lead off the 9th. Later came around to score the game-tying run in the 9th, and he's hit by a pitch here again. Second time today, 17th time this season.
So here's Jimmy Natai again. And he can have a whale of a day. Just a base hit is all that's required here.
That's all he needs. Infield single in the 9th and a 2-run home run in the 5th. Also reached on an error in the 3rd. Strike 1 called.
So Bailey has shown that his out pitch is the slider.
Hot at second. The 0-1 pitch. Crossed him up. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. It hits him. Bases are loaded.
So Sasaki will have another opportunity here. Last time struck out, actually flied out, popped up rather, on that slider down. Now he has a chance, his second look at Bailey. Bailey has thrown his slider throughout. Sasaki would need to look for one pitch. And again, keep your front shoulder in. Force Bailey to throw the ball up in the zone. Anything from the knee down, let it go. There's the slider.
1-0.
So if I'm Sasaki, I'm going to force him to get the ball up. So if it's starting at my knee, I'm going to allow that to go. Let the ball travel. It will be a ball.
That hit him. Sasaki gets hit with the bases loaded, and that's your ball game. The most unorthodox sayonara you could ever think of. And a mother of a game wraps up here today at Sunken Diamond. The final score in 10 innings, Stanford 16, Grand Canyon 15. A game that really confounded everything the baseball purists want to see in the game, but certainly an entertaining one. Took 4.5 hours to decide, but Stanford gets the much needed win here today. Lopes, they won the series. They clinched it anyway with their win yesterday. But Stanford celebrating in a big time way here this afternoon. The Gatorade shower by Rytaro Sasaki. Big smile on his face as the Cardinal beat Grand Canyon. Lopes now 30-21 on the season. Stanford now 25-23 on the year. 15 runs, 20 hits, 2 errors for Grand Canyon. 16 runs, 19 hits, no errors for the Stanford Cardinal. Lopes were ahead 8-0 after 2.5. Stanford stormed back, took a lead. They are up going into the 9th inning before Grand Canyon scored 4 to take a 15-14 lead. But in the bottom of the 9th, an RBI single by Brett Blair to tie it up, and Rytaro Sasaki becoming the 3rd consecutive batter to be hit by a pitch. How about that? Stanford basically went all the way around the bases almost, not even without taking a swing, but by just getting hit by pitches. Marsh, Nedai, and Sasaki to close out a wacky, wacky game.
But you're forgetting that Hot walked. He's the one that scored. So you know how they say walks come back to hurt you? It definitely hurt him in that situation because he walked. Then you had sacrifice out to bunt, a strikeout, and then 3 consecutive hit by pitches by Bailey. Ultimately brings home Hot, who walked, who started off the inning. What a wacky game on a wacky Sunday. But guess what? They was able to get the victory on Senior Day. And I'm going to tell you one person that's going to have great memories. 2 people, actually. Brett Blair got the base hit, his first RBI of the season. And Jake Sapien, big hit as well for him.
Timo Becerra with a couple base hits, 3 RBI, and a crucial play in the field that, in all likelihood, pointed the way to Stanford's ultimate victory, even though they kind of had to take the long way around to get there. But Stanford able to get the win on Senior Day and on Mother's Day as well. Cohen Gomez, the freshman, gets the win. Gray Bailey, the loss. A marathon here today, 4 hours and 28 minutes to decide it in the regular season finale for the Cardinal. The home regular season finale, I should say, for the Cardinal. As Stanford now hops on the plane and they head out to NC State to close out regular season play in Raleigh before the ACC tournament begins on March 20th in Durham. Grand Canyon, they finish up on the road in Tempe across the other side of the Valley of the Sun on Tuesday, and then 3 at Tarleton State before the WAC tournament begins also on May 20th. What a game, and what a way to put the wraps on what is our final broadcast here on the Stanford side of things for ACC Network and ESPN Plus. And I want to take a moment. There are so many people that help put these broadcasts together, so many crew members who put in long hours, put in long days like one we've had today, out there in the elements, the sun, the wind, the rain, the cold, and work super hard to bring you the images and work super hard to bring you these broadcasts. I'm just going to give you today's crew here because the overall crew at Stanford, I'll be here all night. We've already just called a 4.5-hour game here today, but want to give out a shout out certainly to today's crew. Tenolian Bell, Ben Chua, AJ Coco, Herbie Delacruz, Kendrick Ganeko, Yosef Gebrekedan, Avery Latore, Keith Rash, Eric Rogers, Josh Samaniego, and Dan Sherry. I will shout out all of the announcers that do such great work all throughout these live streams. Sarah Ash, Jenna Becerra, Nia Crittenden, Kevin Dana, Zena Cada, Greg Meskel, Ted Ramey, Ben Ross, Tim Schwartz, Carson Trail, Joaquin Wallace, Greg Wong, and yours truly, Troy Clarity. The Grand Poobahs, the folks that really make everything go behind the scenes. Extra special thanks to Gino Volandi, Lance V, Ethan Stokes, and Kirsten Floyd. On behalf of all of them, it is an honor, a pleasure, and a privilege to help tell the story of one of the great athletic departments in college sports, Stanford Athletics, and to be able to bring these stories to you, the opponent stories to you as well, on this new platform, ACC Network Extra and ESPN Plus, is certainly an honor, a pleasure, and a privilege for us all. And we can't wait to do it all again when the fall sports season rolls around. It'll be here before we know it. We'll be talking soccer and volleyball in the blink of an eye. With that in mind, thank you again for joining us here today for a wild one. Aren't you glad you watched it? The final in 10 innings. Stanford 16, Grand Canyon 15, and the celebration for the Cardinal with Rentaro Sasaki, the game-winning hit by pitch, deciding things here this afternoon at Sunken Diamond. Again, on behalf of our amazing, terrific, and dedicated and fantastic ACC Network and ESPN Plus crew, along with the rest of the support staff at Stanford Athletics and beyond, I'm Troy Clarity. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay sane, and accomplish greatness.